avail.
Thank you for being here. We'll get this meeting started. Before I call the meeting to order, we'll have an invocation today by Reverend Dearlove from the Trinity Metropolitan Community Church. We'll ask everyone to stand for the invocation and to remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and people present. I'm going to invite you to pray with me if you're comfortable or to meditate. God of many names and none, we offer you thanks and praise for bringing us together this morning. We thank you for the many and diverse peoples and traditions you have gathered here. Open our eyes to see, our hearts to know, and our mouths to proclaim that our common humanity precedes our religious and political differences, and that our differences are the many and particular expressions of your universality. Open the borders of our hearts and minds and guide those present in the way of respectful conversations and decisions that are made from a place of wisdom and creativity, and grant perseverance to all who work for unity, peace, concord, and the freedom of all people. In your many names we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, and thank you, Reverend Dearlove. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and I'll look for a motion for approval of the agenda unless there are any changes.
Yes, Madam Chair, I actually have a few changes to make.
Okay.
I would request that item, get the number, 4A, which is Land Acquisition Reimbursement Grant Contract LPS 0089 between Alachua County, State of Florida, Department of Environmental Protection, be pulled to items under H, items pulled from consent, and also item 11A, which is entitled Request to Approve Funding for Jonesville Park Capital Improvements, be pulled to item H, items pulled from consent. And then item, hold on one second, item 8B, which is the request to add 4.5 new full-time FTEs. If we could bump that, pull that from this agenda and bump that to our first meeting in May.
So item 8A, which one?
That is
8B.
8B.
Okay,
Under consent?
Correct.
Okay, so we're going to move this to May.
First meeting in May, correct.
Okay.
And that is it as far as changes to the agenda when you adopt the agenda. I would just like to point out to the board, I was requested to point out on consent under 10B, we do have one of our stormwater resident purchases for the Caputa residents, and I understand the Caputas are present in the boardroom. So we're not asking to pull it for discussion. We just want to make a recognition because they are here.
okay. Well, I move the agenda with the recommendations from the county manager for changes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments from the audience about the agenda?
Madam Chair, I would ask if we could acknowledge Ms. Caputa to come at this point so that she could acknowledge this great effort. If you would, Ms. Caputa, just come up and let us congratulate you on your work that took you years to get at great personal expense to make sure that your community was taken care of.
I'd just like to thank all of you. I'm really proud of this commission for what you've done. Not just for us, but for all the neighborhoods that you're helping. I mean, this is, I don't mean to be dramatic, this is like a historical moment for you all, and I'm very grateful. My husband couldn't be here, he's at work, but he wanted me to express that too. And Commissioner Cornell, if you hadn't made the motion that day for your Public Works Department to pursue the money for the grants, the county wouldn't be in this situation. And I want to thank the wonderful Public Works people, too. I can't imagine the hundreds of hours that they have put in negotiating with the state. So thank you for everything you're doing. Appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Congratulations on your work.
Thank you, Mrs.
Thank you.
Caputa. And Ramon, did you want to add anything to that? No? Okay. Well, our Public Works did work really
Another
hard.
heroic effort.
And they did. They've made real efforts, as have other staff members, in trying to negotiate this purchase as well as others that are still being worked on. And it's all for the betterment of the community, so that we don't have other issues going forward. So,
Yeah.
thank you to you.
Madam Chair, this really did start back in 2017, right after Hurricane Irma, and Public Works, the neighbors, and really the entire community has been working on this. So thank you, Ms. Caputo.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments to the agenda? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. We now have an agenda, and we're going to start our day off with some announcements from Mark Sexton.
And Madam Chair, let me apologize in advance. I have a lot today. One thing that I wanted to let the residents know is we have a new hearing assist system in the room. These devices simply slip over your ear, and they are head and shoulders better than the previous system that we had. You can just go over to the clerk, who's sitting to the right on the dais, and she can give you an assist device should you need one. Also, Jackie Chung in our EO office asked me to remind folks, and if I could get the computer on screen, Alan, that our Housing Resource Fair is coming up on Monday, April 29th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. It's at the Cone Park Library at 2801 East University Avenue in Gainesville. Everything you want to know about assistance that's available for housing from Alachua County Social Services, the Alachua County SHIP program, the Gainesville SHIP program, Florida Legal Services. It is a all-encompassing workshop for how you can get assistance should you need it for housing. So we're happy about that. Madam Chair, we also wanted to let you know that we are doing a test broadcast of this meeting on YouTube. We currently have 7 ways for residents to watch our commission meetings live, but we know they need one more. So we now are broadcasting live on YouTube. And if you haven't been to our YouTube site, I have it up on the screen. It is a huge site that has all of our feature video that we've done over the years, and we encourage citizens who like YouTube as their live video viewing of choice to join us there. Also, Madam Chair, we want to let you know that the county's legal notice system is up, running, and incredibly robust. We have been working very closely with Tommy Crosby and Ethan Long in his office. And what is happening now with legal notices is really unprecedented. As you can see, there's a banner on the website. When you go to the website, you can click on that, and you can see all current legal notices. Unlike anything we've done before, we have almost 180 followers on our 180,000 followers on our various social media sites. Every new public notice is pushed out directly to those people on social media. Not just go here to see public notices, but each individual public notice is now pushed out. You can also, on this site, you can subscribe your calendar. If you're a calendar person and you like calendar notifications, every time a new legal notice is added, it will literally pop up on your calendar. You can also, as is explained here, you can subscribe for email notifications. You simply send an email to legalnotice@alachuacounty.us, and you put subscribe in the subject line. Every time we do a new legal notice, you will actually receive an email in your inbox. So we can tell you with confidence that legal notices are being pushed out in a way that they never have, and we're very proud of that.
Mark, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you expect that banner to find the legal notices to stay there?
We do.
Or is that it's not a temporary banner, but that's the permanent way for people to find legal notices?
It is going to be a permanent part of the
Okay.
homepage of the website.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And is there a way to modify the notification system at all at this time, or do you receive all legal notices, or could I receive them for a particular?
One of the very functional parts of this, I may need Tommy to answer that question specifically, but I can tell you one of the very cool parts of this is under each legal notice, you have 3 boxes. If you just want to see public hearings, you go like that, and you only see public hearings. If you only want to see procurement-related pieces, you go like that. We have none at the moment. Same with ordinances. So you can, once you get to the site, you can sift through. But
I gotcha.
Tommy, is that correct? Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I knew there was a way to drill down further, but I couldn't remember the details.
Yeah, it's a really functional site, and you know, I'm not criticizing the way legal notices had been done up to this point, but I can tell you the difference between one legal notice appearing in the hard copy of the newspaper and then later on a website where you could go and find it, and this, I think this geometrically reaches more people than that old system.
Absolutely.
And also, Madam Chair, we wanted to let you know that on Saturday, June 1st, from 1 to 3, is an event from the Community Remembrance Project. The soil collection display that you may have noticed activity in our lobby downstairs, it's covered up right now. But I have to tell you, I've had the honor of seeing it, and it is spectacular.
It is.
Along with the quilt that came out of the Community Remembrance Project, this event on Saturday, June 1st is from 1 to 3 on the west lawn of the county grounds. And it will include a program and food and entertainment and then an unveiling of this. And for those who don't know, these jars of soil come from the known sites where victims of lynching were lynched in Alachua County. And there have been very solemn ceremonies to collect these soils and to carefully jar them, and with cooperation from UF and the Community Remembrance Project and volunteers from UF, we have a spectacular display to forever commemorate that part of our history. And Madam Chair, Betsy, in our Seeds program, I wanted to share with you really quickly a very quick video on a very cool project.
Welcome to Alachua County's largest solar installation to date. We're currently on top of the Alachua County Health Department building, which is owned by the county, right next to the Community Support Services building. This installation produces $70,000 worth of electricity per year. $70,000 worth of energy is how much our bill is being reduced per year. So that's $70,000 worth of taxpayer money. The county has a really forward-thinking program called the ECIP, Electronic Capital Improvement Projects. That fund basically takes the utility savings that we have through our solar panels and puts it into a special fund that is earmarked for putting up more solar panels. What we've done is demonstrate a very long-term commitment for the county for improving our solar installation and solar use by reinvesting the savings directly into more solar panels.
And Madam Chair, that's not all. You know, any given announcements, there's so many things going on in your departments that I could take this long, but I try not to do that too often. I do want to share what was a beautiful occasion that happened, was it last Saturday or the Saturday before last, I guess, where county staff and some county commissioners went out to Lake Santa Fe, and I will I will let the video speak for itself, but this is the Jill McGuire Lake Santa Fe Park dedication.
On April 13th, 2024, the Alachua County Commission celebrated the renaming and dedication of Santa Fe Lake Park as Jill McGuire Santa Fe Lake Park, a fitting tribute to the woman who lived on and championed the Santa Fe lakes, swamps, and river for more than 3 decades.
We're all just very proud that the county and, the town of Melrose is acknowledging all of Mom's decades of hard work working to preserve Lake Santa Fe.
The marker that we have placed in this park, I think, is going to explain to people, the visitors who come to this park, exactly the impact that she had and the focus that she had on making sure that these waters were protected. Hopefully that will inspire the next generation coming on to realize that one little woman can actually make a big impact.
When I first got into politics, Jill was the person who helped educate me about the importance of this place and the importance of this lake and the importance of taking care of what others had kind of preserved. And so she really educated me all through the time that I knew her for the last 10 years of her life. And I'm so pleased that we can honor her name and her legacy.
She was the inspiration. We had some skills, but she was the one that set the fire, the good fire.
She led our organization by example, but it was an example that none of us could keep up to. I think we, as board members, recognized that we didn't have the passion or the energy or the knowledge that Jill had.
Jill McGuire was a friend, a conservation colleague, and a personal inspiration to me. She was a model for a citizen activist who protected her neighborhood and its natural resources.
I'm really, really proud of my sister. She was an icon in the environmental movement around here, and this is a beautiful park. It's a beautiful dedication to my sister who worked so hard to make it be so great.
McGuire's work to protect the natural environment and water in north central Florida was her passion and included leaving the park, which now bears her name, better than she found it.
Public parks and public places are for the public, and Jill knew that, and Jill knew that if we made some improvements, it would draw folks, not just folks that lived on the lake, but folks from the entire area.
We replaced the playground 2 years ago and added new picnic tables, trash receptacles, and then we just finished the construction of a new restroom facility and the demolition of the old restroom facility down by the boat ramp.
Many of the improvements now made to the park were accomplished at McGuire's urging, conveyed through a handwritten note composed when she was ill and hand-delivered to Commissioner Mary Helen Wheeler, who passed it along to fellow Commissioner Ken Cornell.
She said, "Well, I need to give you something." So she pulled out of her pocket and she gave me a note. Parking, underlined. Bathroom, covered pavilion. Shade over the playground. Signage for dogs on a leash. Water, walk and running trail. And then the last thing, if you know me, it says pickleball courts. So, we don't have that one yet, but Jason is working on that one.
Without Jill, what you see here is a development, mobile homes, and it would be a crazy bad place. We would have wrecked it.
And while the honor has been earned, perhaps there is still more work to do.
This sign, is a reminder to us, too, that the legacy that one person can leave can make a real impact on the future for all of us.
I think Mom would be very happy about it, but she would also want to remind everybody that the work isn't done.
And as always, that's Alan Yetter and Josh Mastery on my staff. And one final announcement, Madam Chair. You may be aware that every year a local group does the Fierce Awards. The Fierce Awards was made to honor the inspirational women who have changed the landscape of our community through their entrepreneurial, charitable, or executive work. These women are characterized by an influence, success, and leadership quality that has propelled them and the greater Gainesville community to new heights. And I am pleased to be able to announce the Fierce Award winner. If I could get a drum roll, please. The winner is your county manager, Michelle Lieberman.
Of course.
One of the winners. The only one that I'm highlighting. And Madam Chair, those are the announcements.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'll go back.
Ah, okay.
No, that's.
I didn't get to see
Oh,
it.
I'm sorry, I closed it out.
Oh, well, that's okay. Well, thank you. Yeah, please
There
send
it
that.
is.
There it is. That's a great picture, Michelle. Thank you, Mark. That was a lot of announcements.
No, it's
Okay. We have, we take public comment at noon, but we do have a few recognitions, and we have a lot of people here for those recognitions. So if you don't mind, we're going to try to get these 3 recognitions done before we take public comment today. That may put us slightly over the 12 o'clock time frame, but I think that that's in the best interest of the police officers and other sheriff's deputies and folks that we have here today. I think that that would be a good use of their time.
Move approval of the recognitions.
Okay, great. Thank you. Motion is second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Well, our first recognition is a proclamation declaring May 5th through the 11th Corrections and Detention Employees Appreciation Week. And that's going to be done by Commissioner Chestnut. And I believe we have the sheriff here, as well as some other folks here, to accept that proclamation. Commissioner Chestnut.
A proclamation declaring May 5th through May 11th, 2024 as Corrections Detention Employees Appreciation Week in Alachua County, Florida. Whereas each day, the Alachua County Sheriff's Office detention employees provide a vital services for the citizens of this county and responsible for the care, custody, and control of approximately 800 inmates each day. And whereas these men and women are responsible for the inmates held in the Alachua County Department of the Jail, directly supervising the incarceration and rehabilitation and criminal offenders. And whereas the correction detention employees protect inmates from violence and encouraging them to develop skills and attitudes that can help them become proactive members of society upon release. And whereas we acknowledge that the correction detention employees provide an invaluable service to our community and receive little recognition for their efforts. And whereas the week of May 5th through May 11th, 2024 has been proclaimed the National Correction Detention Employees Appreciation Week, and whereas we invite all Alachua County citizens to recognize these individuals for their commitment to the safety of our community. Therefore, through the authority vested in me by the Board of County Commissioners of Alachua County, Florida, I do hereby proclaim the week of May 5th through May 11th, 2024 as Corrections Detention Employees Appreciation Week in Alachua County, Florida, duly proclaimed this 23rd day of April 2024, signed by our chair, Mary C. Alfred, and also attested to by our clerk, Jess Irby. And I pass it over to the sheriff. Comments? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Chestnut, thank you. Before I begin, indeed, the county manager is a fierce individual, and the Fierce Award is most appropriate for her. Well, thank you all for the opportunity today, obviously to recognize Corrections and Detention Officers Appreciation Week. These men and women every single day have a very difficult job to do. They show up every day and make sure that the inmates of that facility are safe, the employees are safe, and all of us as the community are safe at the Alachua County Jail. I want to give you some statistics, sort of put in perspective what Commissioner Chestnut just read about what these men and women do. So if you look at our 2023 annual report, which we just published a few weeks ago, they booked in over 6,600 inmates in 2023. They released over 6,000 inmates with an average daily count of 838 inmates in our jail every single day. As of this morning, that's 881 inmates at the Department of Jail. Here's a fun statistics, Madam Chair. They actually processed 260,000 pounds of laundry in 2023. So when you have that many inmates, you know what? It's a lot of laundry it takes to make that work. Served almost 996,000 meals when you come out, specialty meals and meals every single day. They transported 72 inmates from the facility to court appearances, 584 to state prisons, 234 to medical appointments. And again, that means that we have to have staff who are moving inmates from the jail to different locations. That requires extra security, extra diligence. Of those 881 that's currently in our jail today, 63 are there for some sort or some form of homicide accusation. 64 of those for sex offenders, 64 for some gang affiliation, 25 for robberies, etc. And while we know that majority of our inmates come in and they obey the rules during their stay there, as you can imagine, there are hundreds upon hundreds that do not, and our staff have to deal with those again. So every single day, these men and women take their job serious. It is a serious job that's out there, and they do it with dignity to each and every one of those that they serve. I've asked our jail major, Major Cloutier, also to make just a couple of comments as he runs that facility in charge of it for me and for you every single day.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, my name is Jeff Cloutier, the jail director. Came back in October of last year. Sheriff Gainey asked for me to come back and kind of herd cats. As you know, we came back with critical staffing shortage, and really, I'm trying to keep the cats herded, but the men and women that are over my left shoulder are the heroes. They're the ones that deserve this recognition, not me. I'm merely here to point over my shoulder, which pointing is rude, but these are the people that do the job every day. These are the people that keep this community safe, and these are the people that deserve that recognition. And I really think that they are heroes. They've been doing this job when I was out retired drinking umbrella drinks. I came back. They've been doing it while I was gone, and they kept the place running. They've got the roof over their head. The facility, as some of us know, it's not in the greatest condition, but they've persevered, and they've worked through it, and they've maintained order and control, and they've saved lives, and they protected the community. They deserve the recognition. Thank you.
Y'all act like you like each other and get everybody in there. All right.
One more.
Now, all right, some of y'all don't go too far because we have another proclamation today. This is a proclamation declaring May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 15th through the 21st, 2024 as National Police Week in Alachua County, Florida. And we have Commissioner Wheeler who will be presenting this proclamation. And also we are asking again for Sheriff Gainey to accept that and whoever else he would like.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all so much. You all are leaving. Thank you very much. I understand. No, I do understand. I grew up in a family that wore a uniform. And my father was state trooper in Kentucky. My sister was a corrections officer for a long time herself. and then ended up becoming Commissioner of Prisons in Kentucky for 8 years. So, and I must admit, I have a couple of sons who've ended up on the other side of the bars from time to time, too. So, as many of our families often experience, I've had family on both sides of the bars, to say. But I am honored to be able to read this because it takes a certain temperament and community commitment to do the work that you all are doing, and I know that. And those of you who are in the community wearing that badge are here to honor that badge, and I honor you and all of the people who are working with you in this community to make sure that we have what we need. Alachua County, Florida, proclamation declaring May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. I like that Peace Officers thing. That's nice, isn't it? And May 15th through May 21st, 2024 as National Police Week in Alachua County, Florida. Whereas the Congress of the United States of America has designated May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day and May 15th through May 21st, 2024 as National Police Week. And whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including more than 1,000 serving in law enforcement agencies in Alachua County, and whereas some nearly 60,000 assaults against law enforcement officers are reported each year, resulting in over 18,000 injuries. And whereas in 2023 in the United States, 136 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty, 4 in the state of Florida. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas it is our desire to honor the valor, service, and dedication of all of our local, state, and federal law enforcement officers, and to join with other cities and counties in honoring all peace officers everywhere. Now, therefore, through the authority vested in me by the Board of County Commissioners of Alachua County, Florida, I do hereby proclaim May 15th, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 15th through May 21st, 2024 is National Police Week in Alachua County, Florida. Duly proclaimed this 23rd day of April, AD 2024, signed by our chair, Mary Alford, and attested to by J.K. Jess Irby, Esquire, and with our county commission's great thanks for your work. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Wheeler, thank you, as always. And likewise, men and women who get up every single day and put on the badge and go out to work for protection of our communities. As you heard from some of the statistics that Commissioner Wheeler read, we lose good men and women in line of duty every single day, and we get a lot of them that's injured. But despite that, these dedicated men and women continue to come to work, continue to serve, because that's what they raised their hand at some point in time and swore to do. And they would do that and continue to do that. We do that in a community that's growing, Alachua County, drastically. We've looked at what the proposed numbers are for additional residents over the next decade, and that's pretty awesome, quite frankly, but a large job that's out there. So when you get an opportunity, please go out and tell these men and women, no matter what color in the uniform, the ones that they wear that are green for my agency or blue for police agencies or tan and gold for highway patrol, tell them thank you, the job that you appreciate to do, because they're there 24/7. They're there on holidays and weekends. They're getting called out in the middle of the night when otherwise the families having anniversaries or birthday parties, and they miss these particular celebrations because they're out serving the public. And despite the fact that we're short-staffed and we're working diligently to fill those roles, these men and women are coming in on their days off, and they're working long shifts to ensure that this community is safe. As many of you probably know, you watch the news, unfortunately, in our community of late, we had an inordinate amount of gun violence here, and we're addressing that as well. It's just simply got to stop. You heard some of the statistics I read earlier about some of the individuals that's been accused, the majority of those, even though there's some that's been sentenced, but a lot of them have been accused and not yet convicted of crimes that are in our jail. This is what the men and women in your law enforcement agencies do, and they do it proudly. So thank you for the recognition today, Police Week, National Week that's coming up, but quite frankly, every single day for the job that they do. So Commissioner, thank you again. We greatly appreciate it.
I want to thank you, Sheriff Gainey, for coming to accept those proclamations. We have our last proclamation, which is a proclamation declaring April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Alachua County. And for this proclamation, we have Commissioner Prizia, and I believe Aaron Kelly is here to accept that proclamation.
All right.
And some other
Great.
folks. Okay, great.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here. I'm always so proud of our county and the work that we do in this area because it's something that I think we've really spent a lot of time going above and beyond, and I appreciate the Equal Opportunity Office for all of that, as well as our community who really advocates for fair housing. With that, I will declare April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Alachua County, Florida. Whereas April 2024 marks the 56th anniversary of the Fair Housing Act, which provides equal opportunity for all Americans in the sale, rental, financing, and financing of housing and prohibits discrimination based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, disability, marital status, familial status, or age. And whereas it's solemn and sworn duty of government at all levels to protect and defend the rights of all citizens and oppose housing discrimination whenever and wherever it occurs. And whereas fair housing is the law of the United States government and consistent with the principles of equality and justice for all. And whereas Alachua County is committed to upholding the civil rights of all citizens through Alachua County Code of Ordinances, Chapter 111, which prohibits housing discrimination based on race, color, sex, religion, national origin, disability, marital status, age, sexual orientation or gender identity or expression, familial status, veteran or service member status, lawful source of income, citizenship status, being the victim of dating or domestic violence, or stalking in the sale or rental of housing. And whereas Alachua County, in collaborative partnership with the City of Gainesville and local housing resource agencies and fair housing advocates, will conduct a public education and outreach campaign to raise awareness of the county ordinance and promote fair and equitable housing in our community. And we will be hosting a housing resource fair at Cone Park Library on April 29th from 5:30 to 7 p.m. for all of our residents. The month of April is officially set aside as Fair Housing Month in Alachua County, and we celebrate the theme, Making Room for Everyone. Now, therefore, through the authority vested in me by the Board of County Commissioners, I hereby proclaim April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Alachua County. And it's signed and sealed, and it will be now delivered.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Thank you all very much. As you all know, housing is the literal foundation for so many people's lives. So it's important work, and I really appreciate the Commission's continued support with this particular committee. But as you also know, Jacqueline and Joe in the EO office here, literal workhorses for you all, and the amount of work and dedication that they have for what they do is definitely inspiring to everyone. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. I just wanted to take a moment of privilege here and say one quick thing. Housing, first about housing. Housing is real crisis right now, and the fact that we have a department that is so dedicated in helping to provide housing for as many people as we possibly can in Alachua County, I truly appreciate the work that is being done. With the respect to the work that our sheriff's deputies are doing in our jail, I sat here and calculated based on 2022 population numbers. 1 out of every 322 people in Alachua County is in our jail. And I appreciate the work that is done by our officers, but our goal in this commission, and I believe I speak for everyone, is to reduce those numbers. And with the opening of things like our the intake center out at Meridian, where we'll be able to divert people from our jail system into mental health care and other things, is going to hopefully reduce those numbers and help us to help people get the help that they need, and instead of going into the prison system, where I believe a lot of those people don't belong. We need to get people the help that they need. And I'm not saying I don't appreciate the work done by the Sheriff's Department, but we are working to get other resources out there because, quite frankly, 880 people, or 1 out of every 322 people in our county, that's a lot of folks. So anyway, we're going to move on to public comment now. For public comment, we will take comments of 3 minutes for any item that is on the agenda, or 3 minutes for any item that is not on the agenda, and 3 minutes for any item not on today's agenda. You may line up at each of the 2 podiums. If you have... Let's try to keep all of the noise levels down. If you feel strongly about something that someone is saying, we do not allow any comments from the audience. No calling out of any words. No applause. If you want to signal that you are in agreement with somebody, I'll allow this, or I'll allow this, but no clapping and no verbal noise. Otherwise, I will ask to have you removed, okay? We do have a lot of folks speaking today. If you are, everyone please, shh. What I'm saying is important, so please listen. If you are going to be repeating the same thing that someone else has said, just in the point of time, if you could just say, my comments are the same as so-and-so's, and that, you're welcome to use your full time up. I'm not saying that you can't, but it's more impactful for all of us if we can listen to the new points, and we can pay more attention if we're not hearing the same thing over and over again. So just making that point, okay? Thank you, and we'll go back and forth between the 2 podiums, and then at some point we will break and take some phone calls. So we have people waiting to speak online as well. So I would probably take public comment for 30 minutes and then go to the phone at around 12:45 mark, if that works. I think we have that.
How long are we going to allow public comment today? Normally we limit it to an hour.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking
30 minutes? What do the rules say?
Madam Chair, the rule is 30 minutes unless extended by the chair.
All right. Do we, we have a lot of people here to speak. I personally don't want to try to keep anyone from speaking.
I just think we should probably limit it to an hour. So
okay.
That would take it down to 2 minutes instead of.
I'll leave that to the chair. I just know that if we do 3 minutes with 300 people, we'll never get to our business, and we've got to get to our business. So I would ask that you kind of make some decisions about about that.
I think if we gave everybody 2 minutes, everyone that stands.
Okay. All right. Here's what we will do. We're going to change the time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, but I will allow you to cede the rest of your time to someone else. So if you don't finish making your comments, if someone would like to cede their time to you, then you may continue speaking. That person has to say that they are ceding their time, then they will not be allowed to continue speaking, okay? Because I know some of you have probably prepared comments that are 3 minutes long, and I don't want to prevent that from happening. Is that fair? Can everyone agree to that? Okay. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna take public comments for an hour. We're gonna break in 45 minutes and take comments from the phone. Okay? All right, let's begin.
Good afternoon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's also don't forget to state your name for the record, if you don't mind. All right, go ahead, colleague. I'm sorry.
Khalid Blount. I'm jumping out because I don't want to interrupt the stream of this, and I'm speaking on something different. But as a retired nurse, I do strongly support what healthcare workers are saying about the carnage in Gaza. Also on fair housing, as a volunteer in housing, I am very concerned that we still have landlords who flatly refuse to take Section 8 clients, and that's a cruel discrimination. Also on your agenda, you have noted that people may not speak in the second comment time if they've spoken this morning. I've hardly ever done that myself that I can recall, but I have to feel that that's aimed at one or a couple of particular people, and that's, if somebody's willing to stay that long, they should speak. I want to thank you for taking action about the method of your election. When that came on our ballot, the first day of early voting, we saw a sign, a giant sign up on 39th near Village Green proclaiming that the NAACP says yes to Amendment 1 about changing the voting pattern. Then the next day, a woman in front of Publix handed me a handbill with a picture of Commissioner Chestnut's face saying he says yes to Amendment 1. And I got one in the mail with Rodney Long's face saying he says yes to Amendment 1. The PACs that put out this stuff are affiliated with Clemens and Perry. And I bet you're going to see them running for commission because several years ago, they stifled you from spending money on political education on issues. That was an advanced plot to change this county from blue to red and to get their next positions. And I wanted to file an ethics complaint, but I don't get paid for that, and life goes on. But I think they did that with impunity.
Thank you, Colleen. All right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tess Tumarkin. I'm a nurse here in Gainesville in Alachua County. I'm speaking with the group Alachua County Workers for Gaza. I just wanted to read a couple things for you, and I'll deliver these papers to you. One is an updated resolution for a ceasefire, which is what we're asking for from you all today to get that on your agenda. I just wanted to read some updated statistics. So whereas between October 7th and April 7th, 2024, armed violence has claimed the lives of over 31,184 Palestinians, more than 13,800 being children, and wounded more than 72,889. And whereas the proportion of Gazans who are now internally displaced persons living in shelters after the destruction of their homes and communities is estimated at more than 1.9 million people. So I will deliver this to you. I also have a letter that I brought forward to you guys about a month ago, signed on to by healthcare workers in our community. Our signees are now up to 200 healthcare workers in Alachua County. The basic writing is the same as it has been, but I'm going to go ahead and update you on the number of signees. And then I just want to read off, we have 50 other groups within Gainesville and Alachua County who are endorsing the ceasefire resolution being brought to you by the healthcare workers. And I just want to take some time to read off those groups so we understand how much this is a community issue that people do feel strongly about. So Alachua County Healthcare Workers for Gaza, Jewish Voice for Peace, the Islamic Community Center of Gainesville, Veterans for Peace, Unitarian Universalist Fellowship, Human Rights Coalition of Alachua County, Interfaith Alliance for Immigrant Justice, National Women's Liberation, Bread and Roses Women Health Center, Cultural Arts Coalition, UF Graduate Assistance United, the Liberation Collective, Florida Prisoner Solidarity, Gainesville Free Grocery Store, Books to Prisoners, Gainesville, Food Not Bombs, Gainesville, Alachua County Peace Coalition, Alachua County Black History Task Force, Gainesville Area Action for Environmental Justice, and so on and so forth. I will give you the rest of them. There are 50 that are signed on to our.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. I am Charla Head, and I'm a resident here in Alachua County, and I want to speak to you guys regarding revisiting the question of single-member district. The voters have already spoken, and I desire that the single-member district remain due to the fact that I would like to be able to hold my individual leader of my particular district accountable for what he or she may or may not do. All my life, I've lived in areas where you had that right and you had that ability from the time when I was in Illinois and Missouri, even here in Florida and other places that I've visited, it works. So if something is not done due to the unique dynamics of that particular district, I want to be able to go to Mr. Brown or go to Ms. Susan or Ms. White or whomever. Also to give that person accolades and praises for being a representative of my values and what I care about. So I would like for the single member district to remain. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Dan Richmond. I'd like to do a little thought experiment with everyone here. I happen to live in Kat Kamek's congressional district, as do most of you. Now, I'm not a big fan of Ms. Kamek and have voted against her in her elections, which she has won easily because her district is about 2/3 Republican. But let's imagine a scenario where her district got carved up into 5 smaller districts. Let me ask everyone, in that situation, would you want the entirety of the current district voting for all 5, or would you want your own smaller district voting for your own rep? Because let's be honest, in this scenario, if the entirety of current District 3 voted, you would get 5 Cat Kameks. If you split it up, where each one got their own rep, you'd get 3 or 4 Cat Kameks and then 1 or 2 dissenting voices. Now ask yourself, if you'd not want 5 of the same politician in this scenario, why do you advocate for the opposite here? Is it because you happen to hold a majority? In this case, I think so. Now ask yourself if you feel like a hypocrite, because you should. The only reason to repeal single-member districts is to ensure that you have very little chance of ever losing an election. And you don't have to worry about getting reelected. Look, I know you'll put it back on the ballot, and I know you'll get what you want. I just ask you stop gaslighting us about the reasons. You want 5 at-large commissioners because it means a guaranteed reelection, and it means 1/3 of our citizens who vote against you will never have real representation. Now look, I'm not a conservative. I'm a progressive. I support Palestine. I support a ceasefire. I'm for Medicare for all and a living wage. But I find this disgusting. And if this were happening in a Republican county, which it probably does, you would hate it and you'd call it out, as you should. So please just be honest. Please. You like having no dissent on the board, and you don't want to have to worry about getting reelected, because that's why you're doing this.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Reddick. I'm a Alachua County resident, and I support single-member district. I oppose any changes due to the fact that us as blacks, we should be able to choose who we want to represent our neighborhood or our community, and so that's how I feel about that.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Laurie Schiffbauer. I'm the Executive Director at St. Francis House. I'm here just to thank you. So thank you for reaching out to us. Thank you for partnering with us so we can keep the shelter intact as well as keep affordable housing intact. I also want to take a brief moment to thank your staff. Ms. Fierce, your county manager, Lieberman, and again, Deputy County Manager Smart, and Ms. Director Claudia Talk have been instrumental in pulling things together so that we can partner on this. So I just want to say thank you very much.
Thank you for the work that you've done.
Good afternoon. My name is Pastor Michael Griffin, and I was speaking concerning the same issue about the project single-member district. It's kind of a simple question in my mind. How does a person know what you need unless they are where you are? And it kind of makes sense that we get representation from the community that's there. I mean, I pastor a church. I see what folks are going through. Sometimes they don't have shirt and ties to wear to come to church. So I have to put on a sweatsuit. And I have to go down where they live at. So how can you relate if you're outside of the neighborhood? Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rabab Islam. I'm a physician here in Alachua County, here with Healthcare Workers for Gaza as well. I have a document here that I'll be providing you all with, the list of healthcare workers killed by Israel attacks on Palestine since October 7th of 2023. This is just a small glimpse of the life that's been lost and the toll that this has taken on healthcare workers. In summary, we have over 400 names on this list that we know of, starting with the physicians we've lost, Dr. Omar Farwana, a former dean of Islamic University of Gaza, Dr. Aya Farwana, Dr. Omar's daughter, also a family medicine specialist, Dr. Medat Saidam, a burn and plastic surgeon at Al-Shifa Hospital, Dr. Muhammad Dabur, a pathologist, Dr. Tamer Al-Khayat, anesthesiologist, Dr. Mahmoud Al-Khayat, an internal medicine doctor in Rafah, Dr. Razan Al-Rakawi, who is Dr. Tamer Al-Khayat's wife. She was a consultant OBGYN in Rafah. Dr. Serene Al-Attar, a consultant OBGYN in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. Dr. Saeed Drabi, a urology resident in Al-Shifa Hospital. Dr. Muhammad Al-Samari, an Iraqi volunteer internist in Gaza. Dr. Rafat Abu Faul, a consultant radiologist. Dr. Amal Al-Maknama, a family medicine specialist in Rafa, Dr. Dua Awad, emergency medicine specialist, Dr. Moat Nabahin, emergency medicine specialist in Al-Aqsa, Dr. Yusuf Jadallah, intensivist and anesthesiologist, Dr. Inas Yusuf Al-Hajj, emergency medicine specialist, Dr. Isra Al-Ashkar, anesthesiology resident, Dr. Abdullah Ashur, emergency resident physician, Dr. Hamam El-Deeb, orthopedic surgery resident, Dr. Doa Shamut, pediatrics resident, Dr. Bara Abu Aleish, internal medicine physician. Thank you.
My name is Frances Williams. I'm an Alachua County resident, and I support the single member district, and I'm opposed to any changes. Pastor Thorpe would have won had he been elected under the single member district. I concede the rest of my time to Armando.
Hello, my name is Peterson. I'm here to cede my time to Dr. Bashar behind me.
Hello, my name is Jan Chia. I'm here to cede my time to Dr. Bashar.
My name is Miriam Elliott. I'm here to cede my time to Dr. Bashir.
You want to go ahead and give the time to the gentleman there?
Okay, we'll hold and go to you. Okay, thank you.
Single member district, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Darrell Alfred. I'm here to speak against the commission desire to overturn the recently elected single member district resolution passed by 52% of Alachua County voters. Looking at the history of a single member district across this county, it's easy to see why at-large voting systems have been replaced with single member district voting systems. The national NAACP for decades has opposed at-large voting in favor of single-member district voting because at-large voting suppressed minority voters. The concept of one person, one vote is better effective with single-member district voting. A perfect example of this in the city of Gainesville, Florida, where single-member district voting was instituted, supported by the Democratic Party, NAACP, and the majority of voters. This has been supported by the diversity of elected officials since the passing, and as Charles Chestnut is quoted as to say, it's not about racism, it's about fairness. It seems the voters have a long history of supporting single-member district in Alachua County. I'll speak against the Alachua County Commission efforts to place a similar ballot initiative on the upcoming election ballot. A 52% majority of politically diverse citizens in Alachua County have approved single-member district as the way forward. The county commission needs to accept this reality and let the people of Alachua County be fairly represented by who they see fit. Thank you. I'll cede the rest of my time to Armando.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Commissioners, thank you very much. My name is Bashar Alzgul. I'm a pulmonologist and intensive care physician at Shands Hospital. I've been serving Alachua County for the last 6 years. I take care of patients in their most vulnerable state when they are in the ICU, when they are critically ill. I recently returned back from Gaza a week ago, and I'm here to urge you to pass the ceasefire resolution. When I decided to go, because the third physician on the list, Dr. Dabour, he was actually from my medical school. We studied together at the library. He was bombed early during the war. So for that reason, I decided to go, to witness with my eyes and try to help and try to stop this madness. When I told my wife I'm going, I have 2 kids, a 5-year-old and a 1.5 years. Her name is Mariam, and my son is Yusuf. My wife was actually encouraging, and when I asked her, aren't you afraid that I will probably die or be killed? She said, God will protect you, and this is your duty as a physician. So I ended up going to Gaza. We stayed in Khan Yunis at the European hospital. The moment we saw the hospital over there, it wasn't an actual hospital. It was like a refugee camp. There were at least 12 to 15,000 refugees staying inside the hospital. Like I'm walking to the ICU. There's a blanket next to a blanket, next to a blanket, next to a blanket. And outside on the hospital grounds, there is a tent next to a tent, next to a tent. Thousands. And behind each blanket is a story of suffering. You hear a mother breastfeeding her son. You hear children everywhere. Like there's at least probably 8,000 children just wandering around on the refugee camp. I'm usually an adult physician, so when I went to the ICU, I was expecting to see traumas of adults being targeted or explosive injuries. Majority of the ICU over there is a 30-bed ICU. It's like a 220-bed hospital. It used to be a small hospital, but now they had to step up to take care of 1,000 patients or so. The ICU has like 30 beds. More than 15 of these beds at any single time were children. Children with the age of Yusuf, my son. I had Khalid, who was like for 3 or 4 year old with explosive injury. Next to him was Maryam, same name as my daughter, with a gunshot wound to her head. Next to her was Selma, who was paralyzed because there was an explosive injury. Next to her was another kid with diabetic ketoacidosis, which is a condition from diabetes because they didn't have access to insulin. Next to him was a 12-year-old who had an abdominal wound. Next to him was, I just remember these stories, these children, explosive injury after explosive injury after explosive injury. Head shot wounds. Why on earth would someone shoot a child? If you are a sniper, why would you shoot a child in the head? I was treating these patients. When we were in the emergency department, it was like Judgment Day. You know, patients were on the floor. There was blood everywhere. We were intubating patients on the floor. Why would you do that to people? The population is suffering, okay? When the air smells like sewage and smells like gunpowder. We were sleeping in the dorm, 6 physicians in one room, mattress next to each other. We were like 40 people for 2 bathrooms because we got special treatment because we are the mission. The rest of the refugees, probably 100 or 200 people for 1 bathroom. Okay? The water is salty. When you wash your face, it's salty because there is no access to clean water. I was for 2 weeks washing my face and getting showering maybe 2 times during the 2 weeks with salty water. Why would you do that? Why would you starve this? Why would you do this group punishment? Why would you punish the whole community for all of this? And I witnessed that with my own eyes. I got the chance to walk around in Rafah or take a tour in an ambulance in Rafah city, and I saw towers that were completely level to the ground with like extremely expensive US-made bombs. And under these towers, I saw that was written in the native language, under this lies, and they list the names, Omar, Khalid, they were like children. And under one building, I noticed this was done by the US. They wrote that in their native language. This was done by the US. I saw mosques. Why would you target mosques? A mosque after mosque after mosque after mosque. I saw them with my own eyes. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? So I'm just urging you. I mean, during this week they are discussing the funding for to continue to support this madness. I urge you. I mean, your voice adds up. Small voices adds up. It's a small city in Florida, but you know, when you say that the Alachua County residents support ceasefire, we need to make our voices heard. And also, on Saturday, me and a couple of my colleagues were giving a report back, and you will hear detailed stories in the public library over here. We'll be happy to share pictures and show you stories of all of these sufferings that we saw and witnessed over there. One last thing, healthcare workers. Healthcare workers. I was working with a group of ICU residents. And the moment I entered there, in the room, there was a picture of an ICU physician. Okay, his name is Tamer. So it caught my attention. So I wanted to build some rapport with them and work with them. I tried to spend my time teaching them because there was no X-ray, or X-ray would come and go, and CT scan would come and go. So I brought a couple of ultrasound machines with me, and I was trying to teach them how to use ultrasound. So we spent the whole time, trying to just learn ultrasound. And then I asked them, what's the story of this guy? They said he was our senior resident physician. At the beginning of the war, his house was targeted. So his whole family were killed, except for his 3-year-old daughter, who's living right now with a distant family relative somewhere in a refugee camp. I try to help as much as I can. But, the only way to stop this is to stop this war. The only way. I felt like I'm trying to put down fire with a spoon, just putting water on a huge fire. I mean, this is not going to help. All of these aids, on our way to Gaza, there were like 8 trucks, at least 3 miles of 8 trucks on the right and left. They were just stagnant there, waiting there. I heard a conversation between a truck driver and the border there. He said, I've been waiting here for 40 days. So the trucks, the aid is not being in, We had a chicken, a grilled chicken on the first day or third day. One of the residents said, this is the first time we had chicken in 6 months. So why the collective punishment? Why to allow all of this? I just urge you to hear our voices. And I also urge you to read a letter by my colleague, Dr. Mark Perlmutter. He was with us in the mission. And he wrote this letter to all the Congress members.
just urging them to pass a resolution to stop this madness. We are involved. I paid $90,000 tax dollars last year, just myself. And all of that is going bumps on these children. Probably one of these children was killed by my money. So that's why I'm here, to tell you, please, make our voices heard. I don't have any political orientation. I don't have any affiliation with any of these organizations. I'm just a humanitarian person. Save lives of all religions, all ethnicities, all nationalities. I'm a doctor, and I'm just urging you to find it in your hearts, to take the strength, to have the strength to pass this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Jeffrey Carl. I'm here for the single district members. I've been in this town 22 years, trying to help the community, taking men and women to come out of jail and prison. No time did anyone come by and say, hey, thank you. And I think it need to be a change for someone to hold their foot to the fire. We want Alachua County to be better, but you got to practice what you preach, and that's what I'm about.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Foreman. I'm a voter and a member of a single-member district. The best way to ensure my commission represents the unique complexity of my district is to make sure he or she carries a majority of my district votes and not the votes of everyone on the outside. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlon Bruce. I am here for the single-member districts, and I'm here today to speak to you all as a friend, to ask us all to aspire to higher heights. It's not lost on us, and it should not be, that today you've heard from a sea of African American voters telling you what they want. And I think it would not only be blind, it would be a miscarriage of your duty as a majority white board to look at these fine people and tell them that they are wrong. That when you all casted your vote, and that vote won with over 51% majority, that we don't believe you knew what you were doing, we will do it over for you. It's false, it's horrible. Not to mention when the legislator does it, we bemoan and we cry and we rail against them when they do it. Let's not do it. The voters have spoken, they have it, let them try it out. Should the voters come back and tell you again later that it was a error, we will address it then. But let it stand. Let the people choose their neighbors to represent them. Find one person who you want to go to, one person who you believe in, not five. No one needs five. One is enough. One is enough for every single area to have their voice equally heard and equally shared on this respected board. That's really what's being said here. Everyone wants their own person. I don't care for a blue county or a red county. It makes no difference to me. What makes the difference is that every area of this county has their one voice, their one trusted voice. So I implore you, let's not sink down to the legislator's level. Let's rise above it, and let's leave it the way that the voters put it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce.
Good afternoon. My name is LaToya. I'm an Alachua County resident, and I support single-member districts. I oppose any proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you, LaToya.
Point of information before my time starts. How much time do I have?
2 minutes. Oh, we would 4 because someone exceeded their...
2 people see the time. I think you have 4.
Okay, thank you.
2 people? So that would be 6.
Well, they spoke.
Oh, right. Okay.
Meet you in the middle?
I'll go with whatever the clerk has been tracking over there. Okay.
4?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Armando Grundy Gomez, and I am a resident of Alachua County, resident of East Gainesville, and I want to speak in favor of single-member districts. And there's a long, storied history when it comes to single-member districts, going back to even the time of being on the Charter Review Commission, 2009, 2010. And at that time, my colleagues then on the Charter Review Commission were dating back to 20 years, and I would have been in probably 6th grade at that time. And one of them, I would look to the left and look to the right, and they would have the conversation. And I had a very different stance at that time because I said, is this going to change effective governance? So I'm on the side of the issue and arguing, and you can say, well, Armando, what changed? I'll tell you what changed. You changed. What changed is how you govern changed. I can sit here and look at every single one of you and look at you as individuals, but collectively, as a governing body, it's groupthink. For the so-called African American, for the so-called black people in this community, there has not been effective governance. There's not been effective change for black people. What have we lost? We've lost our fairgrounds. We've lost every single economic development opportunity. And to what? So please tell me, it is not lost on me that we're saying we're raising the bar about a political ideology and say we're going to get it. But here's the other deal. Who runs this county? This is a blue county. Governance is done by Democrats. Governance, like I'm a Democrat. So-called progressives, they say, identify themselves as progressive, and they say they care about the quality of life of people that look like me. So I want to give you some facts. So I disagree with my friend that talked about Rodney Long didn't say this or didn't say that. Rodney Long did favor single-member districts in the city of Gainesville because District 1 is because of Rodney Long's work. Fact, I live in District 1. Number 2, the national NAACP is in favor of single-member districts. Facts. So why the local branch leader all of a sudden has this change of mind or change of heart, I find it interesting because less than a month and a half ago, the local Democratic Party had an election for chair. And who did they block out from voting? Black people. How do I know that? I'm the vice president of the Alachua County Democratic Black Caucus, and I was one of them. And if you don't believe me, ask Juanita Miles Hamilton, who is also an elder in this community, who was there. So don't talk to me about Democrats wanting black people to vote when you lock them out. And I found it rich when Democrats were here at the last meeting, talk about they want inclusiveness. And the local branch leader of the NAACP has gone after and attacked black people, black women. Ask Shani Livingston, the library director. Don't talk to me about inclusion. And the other thing is single-member districts nationally, and this is what the NAACP from Baltimore knows, it favors Latinos. We have one person, and you call that representation? When 24% of the population in the head seat of this county is African Americans or so-called black people in this community. This is Representative Chuck Chestnut. Nothing against individual. I'm going to speak directly to the chair. I'm talking to what the optics are alone. I am in favor of single-member districts because I want to change the groupthink. And then again, we must break up. And so if it's the ideological of groupthink, then I stand guilty as charged because I'm in favor of it. And I was not before, but I'm going to tell you what it is. I am all about having the quality of life for people improve that look like me. And it is not happening, and it has not been under many, many iterations of the same ideology. So therefore, I am in favor of single-member districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Armando.
Good afternoon. My name is Cesar Moya, and I am pastor of Emmanuel Mennonite Church in Gainesville. And our congregation has endorsed the ceasefire resolution, and we are asking that the commission sign it. As Mennonites, we are committed to seeking peace and justice and in following the nonviolent teachings of Jesus. We condemn the violence of Hamas and that of the Israeli government and military. We condemn the withholding of humanitarian aid. We also believe that our local representatives have a responsibility to help add to the public pressure on our elected representatives in Washington. According to March 21st Nation article, 100 U.S. cities have passed resolutions. You can add your name to that list. It is your job to respond to your Gainesville constituents and the 50-plus groups who have endorsed the resolution. At your past request, the resolution was amended to stress that there are victims on both sides. This includes the immediate release of all hostages, condemning attacks by Hamas and condemning anti-Semitism. Emmanuel Mennonite Church believes that this conflict cannot be solved by military force. It requires diplomatic, non-violent solutions, with the first step being a ceasefire. You can and should support this solution by signing the ceasefire resolution. We refuse to be silent in this phase of this tragedy and the mounting deaths of civilians. We believe that we have a duty as pacifists and Christians to join public action for peace and justice.
Thank you, Pastor Moya. Hi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Stephen, and I'm a medical student, and I'm a member of Alachua County Healthcare Workers for Gaza. I want to reiterate our organization's call for a ceasefire resolution. Our petition supporting this resolution has the signatures of over 200 healthcare workers and I believe over 50 organizations, and I'd like to cede the rest of my time to my colleague Maria behind me.
Hello, my name is Maria, and I'm a pharmacy student. Actually, I'll be a pharmacist in exactly 18 days, and I'm also a member of Alachua County Healthcare Workers for Gaza. I spoke in public comment 2 weeks ago asking you to put the ceasefire resolution back on the agenda. As I said then, we know that this resolution is not going to automatically fix anything. It's not going to stop the genocide. We know that. But it's about hope, about the belief that we can have a better future and that it starts with standing up for what we know is right. You may believe that discussing a ceasefire in Gaza is too divisive or beyond the scope of Alachua County. But this resolution is not a political endorsement. Rather, it's an agreement that healthcare should be protected from all violence. This resolution is at its core the belief in the statement, hospitals should not be bombed. There's a concept in healthcare called informed consent. That is, the patient is given all the information needed and they make the final decision about their healthcare. By now, you've heard my colleagues speaking on the statistics and the stories of the atrocities happening in Palestine, so I'm not going to waste your time and repeat them. Rather, I'm here to clarify that concept of informed consent. We want to make sure that you have all the information you need to make your decision on the ceasefire resolution. So if you want more information or have any other lingering questions, please by all means let us know, and we can email you the answers or even meet with you one-on-one to discuss your concerns. And if it's the specific language of the ceasefire resolution as it currently stands, know that we are willing to work with you to make it into something you will support. But there's another piece to informed consent, one that most people dislike, us healthcare providers included, and that's what I call the hard truths. Things like my diabetic patient is refusing to take their medications and I have to tell them, hey, you're allowed to do that. It's 100% your choice, but I need you to know the risks. I need you to know that you're more likely to go blind, more likely to have a stroke, more likely to have your foot amputated. So as long as you know that and accept those risks, you make the choice. So here's one of those hard truths that y'all probably won't like hearing, but that doesn't make it any less true. It's an election year. Some of you are up for re-election this November. Some of you aren't up for re-election until 2026. And you may think that the election itself is months or years away, and people will forget how you respond to our request to put the ceasefire resolution back on the agenda. But I guarantee that we will remember those of you who supported genocide. So I'm going to say this loud and clear in the most direct way possible so there's no chance of misunderstanding. I will not be voting for cowards who 6 months into watching a genocide unfold live before our eyes will do nothing to publicly condemn it. I will not be voting for anyone who views my life and the lives of my colleagues and my patients as expendable and acceptable collateral. And I definitely will not be voting for anyone who cannot agree to support the statement, hospitals should not be bombed. I leave that for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
My name is Anne, and I would like to cede my time to Abigail.
Oh, no, I think thank you. Hello, Commissioners. Commissioner Prizia and Commissioner Alfred. I want to thank you for your continued support of the ceasefire resolution. Commissioners Cornell, Chestnut, and Wheeler, we implore you to join them and support the ceasefire resolution today. My name is Abigail Fletcher. I'm speaking today as a licensed midwife with Healthcare Workers for Gaza and also as a member of Jewish Voice for Peace Gainesville, one of over 50 local organizations that endorses a county ceasefire resolution. Many people in our community are deeply impacted by the atrocities taking place in Gaza now, and I want to briefly share one story. I have a close friend of 20 years who lives here in Gainesville, and his family is in Gaza. In November, his father and uncle were murdered by the Israeli military, and 2 weeks ago, 14 members of his family were murdered in their home, including his cousin's wife, and all of their children, and many extended family members. I want to repeat, a resident of Alachua County lost 14 loved ones in his family in one day. When I heard this news, I couldn't help but recall that 14 is the exact number of family members my Jewish Czech grandfather lost in the entirety of the Holocaust. Knowing the impact that this family history had on my family, I can only imagine the impact that this genocide is causing. If it was your family that was experiencing this suffering, would you still be silent? Or would you take a stand? We implore you to take a stand. We have such courage in our community. So many people in our community have been calling for a ceasefire, demonstrating, writing letters, fundraising, and for humanitarian and medical aid. Let's look to Dr. Azul, a local physician from Alachua County who just spent weeks volunteering from Gaza, and you all just had the honor to hear from him. Let's take inspiration from his courage, that he risked his life to help people who are suffering. And please take inspiration from all the healthcare workers, the 200 plus healthcare workers that are speaking out, and simply want you to say, ceasefire now. Commissioner Cornell, you say that although you support efforts for peace on a personal level, you do not believe the Alachua County Board of County Commissioners should get involved officially or formally in this international conflict. Jewish Voice for Peace would like to inform you that this board is already involved, as you have used our Alachua County tax dollars to invest $189,000 plus to purchase stock in Lockheed Martin Corporation. Lockheed Martin supplies the Israeli military with fighter jets and missiles. The more bombs dropped, the more their profits rise. So the blood of Gazans is on all of our hands. Can we say we support peace while our tax dollars are fueling this genocide? If you truly support peace, pass the ceasefire resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you, Abigail. I want to just jump in and say that we have about 7 or 8 more minutes to take public comment in this room, so adjust your time accordingly.
Good afternoon. My name is Cassandra Urbans, and I'm currently serving as co-president of Graduate Citizens United alongside Eva Garcia Perez, who is with us today. I urge the Commission to acknowledge both of the extremely pressing issues brought to them today and to choose not only to fixate on one over the other for convenience. I briefly want to share with you a poem that stuck with me. This morning I learned the English word gauze comes from the Arabic word gaza, because Gazans have been skilled weavers for centuries. I wondered then how many of our wounds have been dressed because of them, and how many of theirs have been left open because of us. I will not be repeating the statistics that have been previously stated, and choose to begin to. The UN experts have strongly condemned Israel's indiscriminate military attacks against the already exhausted Palestinian people of Gaza. Israeli military forces have and continue to bomb Palestinian hospitals, civilian markets, and schools. In fact, no single university stands today in Gaza. Israeli military forces have cut off electricity, fuel, water, and forces to have sorry, I'm really emotional about this. Every day we see news of hundreds of new people dead, of children losing their parents, of parents losing their children, of entire families being wiped out. We see these things through our phones. We are speaking about genocide, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and war crimes. These terms are not matters of opinion nor exaggeration. They are legal terms defined by international humanitarian law and international governing bodies. According to recent public opinion polls, the majority of the United States disapprove of Israel's military actions against Gaza. For those who are extremely concerned about elections, this is imperative. It is clear that the people of the U.S. do not want to be complicit in this genocide. Despite this and the rampant violation of human rights that is broadcasted daily and even witnessed by our own citizens, the United States keeps funding and arming the Israeli military, and commissions like ours refuse to raise their voices. You cannot say this is not important enough to take a moment to say something. With a large portion of the Gainesville community being associated with the University of Florida at one point or another, I want to note that this is a higher education issue. There are no more universities left in Gaza, yet again. This is a workers' issue. Graduate Citizens United did send out a statement at a request of the workers here who felt unsafe.
Thank you, Sandra.
Good morning. My name is Leah Cohen, representing the Agricultural Justice Project, here in support of the Commission adopting the ceasefire resolution. I'll speak in particular about its intersection with the work this commission has done to build a resilient local food economy that nourishes all those in our community. The borders of Israel are used to control and harass Palestinians, many of whom are forced to seek exploitive work in Israel, while their own economy is strangled by occupation. The ILO reported that 1/5 of the West Bank labor force was employed in Israel, often paying brokers high fees to obtain jobs, having constrained rights and protections due to lack of legal documentation, making them vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. This oppressive pattern is widespread, but resonates particularly strongly with the labor regime in U.S. agriculture, where most farm workers are immigrants that lack legal status in the U.S. Number two, as violent ethno-nationalist sentiments, which threaten peace and justice, are stoked in Israel and Palestine, this serves to dehumanize the people of Palestine to justify their extermination, removal, and exploitation. So too do these same dynamics play out here to justify inhumane conditions we permit in our food and agricultural systems. Number three, Israel is using starvation as a strategy of war against the people of Gaza, while continuing a long practice of strangling Palestinians' access and control of their own agriculture, fishing, and water. Over 40% of the cropland in Palestine has been destroyed by Israel. This creates a dependence on charity food aid, also being violently targeted. The FAO determined that Gaza has the highest percentage of people experiencing crisis-level food insecurity of any area ever. All of these are in violation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, including the right to freedom of movement, freedom of choice of employment. I urge you to support the ceasefire.
Thank you, Leah.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jasmine Hall. I am the Executive Director at AMI Kids Gainesville. I would like to read you all an email I did send to you. On Monday, April 15th, AMI Kids received news from the Florida Department of Juvenile Justice, DJJ, regarding their decision not to renew contracts for facility-based and community day treatment programs in Florida, effective June 30th, 2024. This decision directly impacts the young lives we serve in Alachua County at AMI Kids Gainesville. Specifically, this represents a $774,000 loss of revenue. For over 3 decades, AMI Kids Gainesville has been a catalyst for transformation, lighting the way for youth in Gainesville, Florida. Our dedicated team of professionals operate a transformative program providing a safe haven for boys and girls. By working hand in hand with kids and their families, our team empowers these young people to overcome challenges and acquire the essential skills needed to reintegrate into their communities and flourish. The AMI Kids approach is built on evidence-based practices proven to have a profound impact on the lives of young people, families, and communities. Through education and workforce development, treatment and behavior and skills training, our team guides young people, kids, towards personal growth and triumph over adversity. While this news brings challenges, our team is actively evaluating options and formulating our next steps. We have been encouraged to reach out to our community partners, informing them of this significant deficit and asking for their support. AMI Kids has a rich history spanning over 55 years, during which we have continually adapted to changing funding landscapes. Our ability to embrace change has become a cornerstone of our success, and we have full confidence that we will navigate through this transition period and continue to fulfill our mission of positively impacting young lives. In advance, thank you for your dedication and unwavering commitment to helping our mission. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. It is almost 1 o'clock. I'm going to let you make your statement, and then we are going to take phone calls for a few minutes.
Madam Chair, we have 2 guests in the room. Neither one has raised their hand, so I want to remind people to hit *9 if you want to speak. If you don't raise your hand, we will assume, okay, one has raised their hand. So right now we have one on the phone waiting for public comment.
Okay, we're going to take this one statement, then we will go to the phones and take those 2, and then we'll see how much time we have left, and we'll decide then. Go ahead, please.
My name's Christina. I represent Rave for Palestine, and I'm one of the 50 organizations endorsing the ceasefire resolution. I'm also a Palestinian community member who is gravely affected by this conflict. I want to remind you that global concerns are local concerns, and the ongoing genocide in Gaza is an issue that transcends borders and demands immediate action. This ongoing genocide that has been described by previous people in the audience directly affects or is directly connected to local issues. U.S. spending on militarism and police directly takes away from our community needs, causing more violence against our people here and there. This city and cities across the country cannot solve all the pressing local issues of homelessness, education, healthcare, and crime, yet our federal government gives billions of dollars to Israel and is giving $14 billion more. This resolution serves as a means to build pressure on the Biden administration and on elected officials, forcing politicians to respond to the demands of their constituents. So many Palestinian constituents are directly affected by this genocide locally, and moreover, anti-Palestinian and anti-Arab racism and violence has significantly increased. I'm going to cede the rest of my time.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Paul Ortiz. I'm a professor of history at the University of Florida. I'm here on behalf of one of the organizations that has just recently passed a ceasefire resolution, the United Faculty of Florida. We represent tenured and untenured faculty at UF. I'm also here to represent Gainesville Veterans for Peace. We also have a long-standing resolution against the war and in favor of a ceasefire. Commissioners, earlier we heard about local violence and how our community has been hit by violence over and over again locally. When Dr. King addressed this issue in 1967 and he had been sent by the White House to Watts after the Watts Rebellion, he came back and he said, how can I support the war in Vietnam and tell young people in Watts to be nonviolent, right? He made those connections. If we want to address violence in this community, we have to address the violence that we're purveying and we're supporting in Gaza right now. We're supporting a genocide. And if we're serious about stopping violence at home, we have to be serious about stopping the violence that we support with our tax dollars, because every dollar this county spends on supporting this war in Gaza and the military is money from our public schools. It's money from our affordable housing. It's money for our homelessness services. So this is why the United Faculty of Florida and Veterans for Peace support the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. All right, we're going to take calls, any calls that we have online now. And just please wait. I don't think we have many. So.
Okay, Madam Chair, we have 2 speakers online. The first one is the phone number ending in 3699. Please hit *6 to speak and state your name. And you have 2 minutes. Excuse me.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Telford Cartwright. And Madam Chair, Commissioners, public servants. I am in favor of the single member districts. And this is one of the reasons why, which I have not heard members of the community, residents in Alachua County come forth and speak on. And it would be single member districts helps to decrease public corruption. Yes, indeed. And it puts pressure on that commissioner or that elected man or woman to focus on that district. Look at the eastern portion of Gainesville, Florida, going into Alachua County. And then I've heard some people mention gun violence, an increase in gun violence. This is to be expected when there is a landless people who are stacked and packed in many of the housing projects that they are slaughtering one another in. Of course, they're going to resort to the gun as a symbol of power. But let me be straightforward. Guns, firearms that are derived or produced or manufactured from resources of the earth. Land is power as well as freedom. And the Democrat knows this. Yes, indeed. So this is no surprise of what's going on here. But once again, I support the single member district because once again it helps to weed and feed out or reduce public corruption in that district or those districts, and it puts pressure on that elected man or woman.
Thank you, Mr.
To
Cartwright.
do the job.
Okay, Madam Chair, the phone number ending in 5650, if you would hit *6, state your name, and you have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amber, and I am a Jewish Alachua County resident, and I am here representing multiple local groups, but in particular Gainesville Radical Reproductive Rights Network, in support of the ceasefire. I want to echo that, what everyone has said regarding the U.S., Florida, and in particular Alachua County being complicit in committing genocide in Gaza and against Palestinians. And it's the bare minimum that the commission can do to just say and support a ceasefire, as well as an end to the occupation and an end to the genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Okay, we're going to return to the room. We have 9 minutes that we will continue to take public comment. And I see that we have some folks here that really do need to speak. I see someone from the Park Service, I believe. So, all right, thank you. Let's move ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ashley Askew, and I am a board member with AMI Kids. A lot of my sentiments reflect that of Ms. Jasmine Hall, our executive director, but I wanted to add some additional statements in support of her mission. So AMI Kids, we embrace the kids who we tend to forget about until they end up on the news having committed crimes against the community, and we write it off as just another tragedy. And we really have no one to blame but the system for neglecting the communities that are creating and promoting this mindset and this lifestyle. These kids, they don't have a strong support system at home, and AMI Kids helps the kids who do not have the resources to seek help for their mental health, to learn how to properly regulate their emotional states and work through their trauma. So they graduate. They go through the program, they graduate with a new mindset and a commitment to become contributing members of society. AMI Kids gives them the opportunity to dream beyond their current circumstances and understand that their current lifestyles are not something to glorify or admire. We urge you to help us keep this program alive. We cannot continue to fill our prison systems with these young kids when so many of their lives could be saved with proper intervention. Many of these kids do not deserve to be in the prison systems. They just need to know that they are part of a community that actually cares for them, and I'm hoping that we can rally together and show them that we do care. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Mary Claire Jackson. I come on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild, the UF chapter here at the Levin College of Law, to support not only the ceasefire resolution that the healthcare workers are presenting, but also the single representative district. That is a very great cause. We should always be representing our people's voices first and foremost, which you know from being part of the community. Now, when I heard that the reason you guys didn't take the resolution seriously last time was because it wasn't your place, that broke my heart. I used to want to do this. I thought you could do something good for the community. But if this is not your place, what is? From what I've seen online, commissioners are meant to communicate their home county's concerns to the state legislature and federal policymakers. They are the people who are deciding to send our money to buy bombs. It is your job to tell them we don't want that. On your website, it might not have agenda, it might not have up-and-coming meetings, but it does have what your values are supposed to be. On your mission, vision, and values, it says your vision is that Alachua County is committed to responsible stewardship of the resources entrusted to us by our citizens, and we are dedicated to be transparent and responsive. But you do not respond to the voices of the people who came before. The Jewish voices in our community even support this, and you discounted them. Additionally, your values, number 5, list innovation. We are committed to the consideration and implementation of new ideas. The idea that we are part of an international community and we owe it to one another to value humanity, both in our community and abroad. And number 7, your communication. Our open communication and sharing of ideas enhances the decision-making process. I really appreciate that you guys are trying to take time because there were so many people to speak today. And I really encourage you to listen to their voices.
Thank you, Mary Claire.
Good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of Students for Justice in Palestine, our chapter at the University of Florida. I'm also a Gainesville resident, along with many other people on our board and our organization. And we're a small group, but these past few months we've seen an outpouring of support at our events on campus. We've held memorials for the children of Gaza where hundreds of students have taken part, come to mourn, both students and faculty. The university is not on our side, but the students are. So many of the students come up to us and express that they're very upset. There's nothing they can do, but the one thing I tell them is that there is something. We can always speak up. I know that one of the reasons some of you won't support this resolution is because we shouldn't get involved in international conflicts. And I agree. Why are we involved in international conflicts? Why are our tax dollars paying for the bombs that are rained down on innocents and have killed almost 40,000 people? Why do our tax dollars pay for weapons that are used by the Israeli occupation forces to shoot men, women, and children indiscriminately? And why are our tax dollars going towards the invasion of hospitals, the destruction of all of the universities in Gaza, and the displacement of over 85% of its population from their homes? Do you guys know that 99% of the world's carbon emissions came from only the first 60 days of Israel bombing Gaza? And that 50% of those emissions came from U.S. cargo planes sending weapons to Israel? And today's day 200. This is our problem in every sense, from the destruction of our planet to the immoral actions of our government and military. We must be able to say that enough is enough. We are a small town, but adding our voice to the sea of other voices will make a difference. Passing this resolution is the first of many things that we can do as a community to show that we stand on the right side of history and that we stand against the senseless killing of Palestinians. Thank you.
Can we get your name, please?
Farah.
Farah, thank you.
Hi there, I'm Bill, District 1. I was here in January to speak against this resolution, and I'm here again. And, I will admit that one of the reasons that I have given in the past for asking you to restrain from adopting a ceasefire resolution of this sort is for the reasons that have been stated, for not getting involved, that it's beyond your purview. But I will admit that's not the best excuse, because let's be honest, if there were some place in the world where Jews were being rounded up, herded into ghettos and shipped off to extermination camps, a lot of people who are asking you not to get involved, to not adopt a resolution, would be asking you to adopt something on that. So that isn't the best reason, but the real reason to not adopt this is because it's really a red herring. What this resolution or resolutions like this do is they put all the blame on Israel without acknowledging the fact that all of this is happening today because of the actions that Hamas took on October 7th. And that if Hamas surrendered and gave up the hostages and released however many hostages are left still alive, if they did that, then all of this would end. And so to adopt a resolution that simply places all of the blame on this on Israel is frankly a pro-Hamas talking point. I know that many people here may not realize this, but these resolutions are really all part of a national effort to basically delegitimize the state of Israel. And while it may feel like it's a nice thing to do, you're just standing up for innocent civilians, I think you have to remember again that this would all stop if Hamas surrendered, and that if you're going to adopt any resolution, you have to take all of this into account, and to adopt a resolution that places all the blame on Israel is simply wrong and is a moral abnegation of your responsibilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mark Larson. I'm here on behalf of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services and the Florida Forest Service. Long title, sorry about that. I'm here on a notification that my agency, the Florida Forest Service, has an upcoming management plan advisory group for Goethe State Forest, and we'll be conducting a two-day in-person meeting on starting on May 29th, 2024. This would be to take public comment and improve the draft for Goethe's 10-year land management plan. And details for these proceedings would be enclosed for all that are interested. In short, I can leave this information with you today. And Alachua County has been a fantastic partner in every way, including the Department of Conservation Lands, and we'd hope to see someone there from you all.
I've committed to attend.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Robbie. I'm speaking for PSL Gainesville. We demand that you pass a ceasefire resolution, condemn the ongoing genocide that's being perpetuated by the illegal Zionist state, and immediately divest all investments from the country of Israel. County Commission, City Hall have been saying for months that you wanted to hear from the community. You hear it to us now. You hear us outside. You hear us on street corners. You had 24 of us talking, and you had one Zionist. What's democracy? Do your job. We've heard countless excuses, whether you don't want to be involved. You say that you get it. It is very abundantly clear that you do not get it. These are material needs that the most vulnerable people of our community need. Let's see. I also, honestly, I also want to condemn the fact that you're sending money over to a genocide and parading around affordable housing. You're spending our housing money to kill children. I also condemn the fact that you have the audacity to put a human rights board on here when you have given us absolutely no reason as a community to trust a word that you say. Free Palestine.
Thank you, Robbie. We are at the 1 hour time. However, I see 3 people in line. If it's okay with the rest of the board, I'd like to hear these 3 speakers, but not take any additional ones, if that's all right. All right. Please go ahead.
My name is Bill Gracie. I'm a Alachua County voter, and all I can say is wow. I cannot believe, when I came here this morning, I figured I'm going to be the only one talking in favor of single-member districts. All I've heard is 100% in favor of single-member districts from all my brothers and sisters out there in the county, in the city, and wherever. As y'all know, and we know, when we have a single-member district representative, they're more likely to listen to our needs and our wants and our desires in our particular district. As at large, we're just speaking to a group of 1 to 5 folks. So I'm definitely in favor of single-member districts. I had a chance Sunday to speak to about 150 people and tell them what the Alachua County Commission was considering, not going to do, but just considering going back to at large. And they were kind of shocked to even think that's really going to happen. I said, well, I'm going to speak. I'm going to be the only one there. But I was pleasantly surprised. So I encourage you, consider your voters in Alachua County, stay with single-member districts. We thank you so much for all the hard work y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gracie. Okay.
Where's the microphone?
You're fine.
Hello.
You don't have to lean.
Don't have to lean. Nope. Okay, excellent. My name is Richard Gordon Alexander Darty. I am a law student at the University of Florida Levin College of Law. I have had some pretty terrible experiences with the local courthouses. Just this morning, whenever I was attempting to e-file something as a blind resident of Alachua County, fully disabled, I was asked to look up the address of the party that I wanted to e-file against by the person who was assisting me. The person who was assisting me was an attorney employed by Alachua County. And whenever I went to look that up, the person said, out of curiosity, if you can look that up, why can't you do this yourself? And I have been in law school for 2 years. And that is the most insulted I have been by Alachua County, the 8th Judicial Circuit, where I would like to serve as an attorney. Asked me that question. I am unfamiliar with the e-file system, and I see the rest of my time. Thank you. Your honors or commissioners, thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Can we might have some follow-up questions, sir, if you don't mind waiting just a little bit. One of us would like to get some more information. Okay, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Patricia Lee, and I have 3 quick things to mention. First, I want to put on my soil and water conservation hat. I forgot to bring our flyer, but our group of supervisors will be having a financial expo on April 30th at 5 p.m. at the UF Extension Building on West Newberry Road. I actually think that is what I call the rodeo farm and agricultural building. Some people don't know, but I wanted to make sure that everybody in Alachua County that is a landowner is aware of and are able to come to this event if they choose to. And they just need to go on our website or call one of us and let us know that they're coming so we can make sure that we have chairs available. The other thing I want to share is that all of you are aware that I'm trying to make an economic development project happen on the east side. And I've started to look at grants now because the property we wanted is available again. One of the grants that I took a look at was the Choice Neighborhood Housing Planning Grant. And we meet all of the criteria except one. So I wanted to mention that so that I could suggest if the housing department has not looked at that grant or has not considered it, they may want to consider that grant because this is excellent. It's up to $500,000, and they can do it in partnership with the city. And once they get it, it will also be helpful to us as we move forward. The last thing I want to say is that I would like to have some feedback and know how to get a letter of support from the county. It can be a general one without a specific commitment because I am now looking for money to make this project happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee. All right. Thank you, everyone, for the public comment. We'll now have some commissioner response to that public comment. I'll start with Commissioner Prizia, and if you'll excuse me, I need to step out for just a second, so I'm going to pass the gavel to Commissioner Chestnut here for just a moment. Thank you.
I guess I just, when it comes to the ceasefire, folks, thank you for your continued and unwavering commitment to trying to stop, or at least voice your opinion in the goal of stopping the genocide. And to the gentleman who said that the resolution was only about shaming Israel, that is in fact not true. And I believe that this commission actually worked hard to push those that brought forward the resolution to make sure that that resolution was balanced in its voice and that it included the fact that Hamas was the instigator of this violence right now, and to recognize that everyone had a part to play in creating a ceasefire because everyone that's a part of this conflict has been part of perpetuating the violence. So I don't think that that's true, and I think that the ceasefire resolution that was brought forward to us did have the language that was asked for, and I continue to support it, and I would hope that perhaps some of my colleagues that didn't support it initially might be willing to revisit that thought. On the AMI kids thing, so I do want to make sure we get a conversation going about that. It's really, really important, and June is right around the corner, and that's before we finish our budget deliberations. So can we refer that to the manager and our community support services team to have a conversation with them and then bring it back to us at their earliest convenience? Perhaps it may even be something we want to talk about in collaboration with the Children's Trust. I
would second a motion to refer that AMI. I agree with you, Commissioner Prizia. I think they are one of our single source organizations that is really working hard across many different levels, from gun violence to helping our teens. And so I would ask that I would second your motion to refer that and ask the manager to have a meeting with Jasmine and perhaps Ashley, similar to what we've asked her to do with the St. Francis House.
Mr. Chair, just Carl Smart, Deputy County Manager. I want to assure you I've already talked to Jasmine and Ashley, and we're setting up a meeting with them to talk about AMI kids.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you. So that'll come back to
that,
us.
Withdraw that motion?
Yeah, I can withdraw the motion if you're already on the way, but I guess we would just ask that that we get any information or that we're able to have a conversation about how we might collaborate to make sure they don't have to cut the resources they provide to our youth. Okay. All right, I yield. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was the first on my list. The second one, Ms. Abigail Fletcher, could I get a copy of a list of other cities or counties in Florida that have adopted a resolution? If you could get that to me, I would appreciate that. And I also wanted to state for the record, I don't know if we have a policy, but I do not support our investments in any military providers, especially Lockheed Martin. And is there anything we as a board can do to instruct our investors about that?
So, Madam Chair, there was a bill passed in 2023 that said that local government entities cannot make a decision about investments except for in consideration of pecuniary factors, which specifically says it's not based on political or ideological or environmental issues.
So if we don't want to invest in Lockheed Martin, we can't have any say with our investment committee.
So that would be, of course, the clerk would be the person that we need to bring in to discuss that. If there's a reason that's pecuniary, then you can.
Well, I think it's just a bad investment. Is that a good enough reason?
I would be happy to have that conversation with the clerk. I think the clerk would have to tell you what he is comfortable under that law.
Okay. Commissioners, I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that way, but if I'm not the only one that feels that way, I would love to refer that to the clerk to tell us what our options are. Because I don't want our money going to the military-industrial complex. Never have, never will.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's worth us having that conversation more broadly to understand where our money goes and look at it holistically. I understand that we can't make a decision based on idealistic values, but we can make decisions based on how we want to see our investments make returns for us. And so
taxpayers' investments, 100%. Right. Yeah, so however we can do that, let's try to do that.
I'd ask the clerk to come and give us a report on where all our investments go and where we might be able to make some adjustments for pecuniary reasons.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Wow, really great conversation while I had to step out of the room. Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes, I don't really know where to start. I had a conversation that I apologize for with a group of folks who tried to phone call with me, and I had double booked, and so I wasn't able to have a clear conversation with who it was that had called me regarding the ceasefire. And I had asked the group at that point to, send an email to the BOCC about the activities that they were participating in, like you, Commissioner Cornell. What other communities were participating this way, and I couldn't get past, the idea that this energy should be going to Rick Scott and Marco Rubio and Kat Kamek, because these are the ones who have their direct hands on the government in Washington that we don't have. I was concerned in the meetings that we had, the first meetings that we had here, that felt very contentious between Rabbi Goldman and his group and the group that was here, and the disrespect that went towards Rabbi Goldman, even for young people saying to this elderly person, "Shame on you." And I just didn't want to see that grow in this community. My concern for the university that we have young people from all over the world here in this community, to have the animosity grow into a more divisive response to this conflict was worrisome to me. And seeing now what we're seeing across the country at other universities, makes me know that could be a real possibility here. We had also asked the group, I think, to work with Rabbi Goldman to come up with some kind of resolution for themselves. Let's bring the folks that are radically opposed to this resolution and have legitimate reasons to be, you all work it out first and then come to us with the resolution you've made within this community. But I haven't seen that. And so it makes me know that where you are trying to make sure that we are being shamed into doing something, you may not be doing what we've asked you to do in terms of making sure this community is solidly behind this, because this community is not solidly behind this. And so that's where I'm coming from. As an old lady school teacher who has concerns for, kids' health and well-being, and You know, it's interesting that we sit up here with poker faces and we sit and watch you all with no poker faces, and we're trying to be respectful of everybody's opinion up here, and you at some point need to look behind the words to see, you know, that we have those concerns. I have those concerns. I see those pictures every day. I keep our TV on at home pretty much 24 hours the time that I'm up, to try to get updates about what's going on here too. So I am very concerned, but I am concerned about the welfare of this community as well, our local community. And we can't even call a ceasefire to our own, you know, our own gun violence here in the community. So I don't know what more to say to that, Madam Chair. That's my response.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. And I just want to thank everyone that showed up today, that shared their passionate opinions. Y'all know how I feel about this, and it's hard to hear the things that are happening in our world, and it's hard to sit up here and anyway, I'm going to stop right there. And to have, you know, one individual that's, you know, has a real disability be treated like they were, that was a hard thing to hear too. Yeah. Thank you, Mark, for getting that information for us. I appreciate that a lot. But I did just step out and make sure that happened, so thank you. Anyway, we're going to move on. At 4 o'clock today, we have a reception for children that have did the artwork that is out in the lobby as you are waiting in line or waiting to come in here today. You may have noticed the artwork on the walls, and those kids are being honored today at 4 o'clock. So that is one of the reasons that we tried to limit public comment today. So I appreciate you allowing us to do that so that we can take the time to honor the children, which are our hope for the future as we go forward. So thank you. And our next item on the agenda is actually the Alachua County Human Rights Board Annual Report.
Good afternoon again. Aaron Kelly. I'm currently the chair of the Human Rights Board, obviously an advisory board to you all. I think I'm well over a decade now as the chair of the Human Rights Board and being on the board as well. And then obviously we have Jacqueline and Jackie back here, who's on the board with me. And more, I guess, I was asked to just kind of give a brief report of kind of what we do and what we've been doing for the last year, and then obviously open up to any kind of questions. Obviously, we have the Human Rights Ordinance here within Alachua County. The board itself, primarily, if there's any type of complaints, anything that comes in as far as discrimination within housing, within public accommodations, or within employment, they'll go through the EO office who will do an investigation. The investigation will then, if they determine that there is an issue or something happens, it will then come to the board. The board will then continue the investigation, continue that conversation, and then make a finding whether there was actual probable cause for that discrimination to take place. So we've done a number of those based on age, disability, based on victim of domestic violence, and mostly on housing, and then also through public accommodations. The EO office and the board also does a lot of try to do outreach to the community to let them know that that ordinance is there and that there are protections for individuals if they face that type of discrimination. One thing that you saw, the fair housing obviously coming up on Monday, but we also have running through Channel 12 advertisements going on, and then employment conferences and things that they put on throughout the year as well. So we're going to continue to do that, and I can just kind of tell you, just based on my decade plus now, I think there's been some times where we've had a lot come into the board and every month we were dealing with kind of complaints. Seems to have kind of tapered down. So actually that's a good thing. So I've seen the numbers go down a little bit, which is very good for our community, I think. But I'm open to any questions, but that's kind of what we've been doing.
Commissioner Wheeler?
A quick question. Kali was here talking about, landlord reluctance to taking Section 8 vouchers. Are you seeing that as well?
I have not seen a Section 8 housing come all the way to the board.
Okay.
Okay,
So you all haven't heard no complaints coming your direction. Is that something that you all could check out?
Yeah, I don't want to say there's no complaint, because the complaints will go to the EO office first, and then they'll kind of do that investigation. Right. So I guess that's a better answer. It might be better for the EO office. Right.
That's
I can do that.
That's why I have a team.
Ms. Chung is here.
I'm Jacqueline Chung, Equal Opportunity Manager. Please forgive my voice, it's a little hoarse. But we are complaint driven, so unless complaints are reported to us by a third party or someone comes directly to us with a complaint, then there's really no way of knowing. We have people in the community, advocates, who will make us aware of an issue, and we have not had a complaint regarding a landlord refusing to accept Section 8, I would say, in the last year.
Okay. Thank you.
When we did adopt the ordinance, there were lots of complaints, and we did a lot of workshops, trainings, education, and outreach, on the protections under the ordinance, but we've not had a complaint recently.
Okay, it's because there are no complaints, you think, or that people don't know how to complain, or that they can complain?
No, I will also share that we have received some, but they're non-jurisdictional. Okay. A lot are in the city. So I'm speaking for Alachua County and our ordinance. Okay. The city might be reporting some different numbers.
I see. All right, thank you. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Prizia.
I just want to say thank you for doing the outreach and getting the word out. I think I've heard more in the community that people are sort of more aware of this and that they understand it a little bit better, which is great news. And I think the more we're doing to help educate people about their rights and their opportunities to stand up for themselves, the safer they feel doing that. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cornell.
I was also just going to say thank you very much and move that we accept the report.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the report. And if I could add my thanks, I am very proud to live in a county where we have such a human rights ordinance and where we have such a board to oversee that. So thank you for that.
Likewise. Thank you.
I see this as administerial, so all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? All right.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, the next item on the agenda is our Healthcare Advisory Board appointments. Before we take a vote on that, I'd like to ask if there's anyone in the audience today that has applied for any of those appointments and would like to speak. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Jay Athey, Cap Choices Program Manager and Healthcare Advisory Board Liaison. I just wanted to remind you that when we reconstituted the board last year, we split the appointments so that we had one section of 2-year appointments, which will be up next year. This section of the 1-year appointments are being reappointed this year. That's why you have so many. Your tally sheet was updated. As you might recall, one of our applicants removed their application yesterday. You do have an updated tally sheet, and you'll notice it's a front and a back to save paper. And there are the 2 appointments for the alternates are both on the back. One is a 1-year appointment, one is a 2-year appointment. So,
thank you so much.
Thank you.
It looks like we have several applicants here, so great. Good morning.
Hello, I'm Dr. Leilani Doty, and I'm an academic PhD doctor. I'm not a physician, and I am applying to be on the Healthcare Advisory Board. First, I want to thank you, County Commissioner Alford, for making sure that I safely crossed West University Ave by pointing out the pedestrian signal to me. And also, I want to thank Jay Athey for doing such an exceptional, clear job with communications, for notifying me about this meeting and doing follow-up reminder information. I also want to make a note. I appreciate that Commissioners Chestnut and Commissioner Cornell have grown from restless youth to exemplary leaders in this community. Thank you so much. And also all of you for your endurance and sense of justice. I want to say that I'm totally motivated to join this advisory board. I actually grew up below the poverty level, and because of being taken care of by the indulgence of the state of Massachusetts, my genetic eye problems were taken care of, several surgeries and outreach, and I am now somewhat visually clear, functioning, productive individual in this community. My area at the university from which I retired about 7 years ago is the area of progressive dementia. So after about 30 years there, I retired as the director of the University of Florida Memory and Disorder Clinic. And in that activity, one of the things I continued to do was pro bono work. Since retirement, I've done a lot of pro bono work in the area of addressing the needs of people who are worried about or dealing with various progressive dementias, Alzheimer's disease, and the probably more than 200 other kinds of progressive dementias. I see that in addressing the needs of the underserved, one approach, some of the research is showing us now that if you live a very healthy lifestyle, you can delay the onset of a progressive dementia by 10 or more years. And meanwhile, we'll continue research to aid in discovery, aid in treatment, and there are a lot of inroads into that, but a lot of work needs to be done. I wonder, as I've been thinking about this, if more health education could occur through some of our facilities in Gainesville, such as the Cotton Club Museum and Cultural Center, which does a lot of programming, a lot of education, but maybe Vivian Filer and some of their board would be interested in more health-related and health care programs. In addition, Santa Fe Community College does training of various health providers, and some of those health students may be enlisted, if they have not already been enlisted, to help address health care inequities in our community. Do you have any questions?
Just one quick question. You are not a medical doctor, you're a PhD doctor, is that
yes,
what I understand?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that according to our ordinance that the physician, the doctor or nurse applicant is for a medical doctor, so that means you are still a good applicant for our alternate position. So, but thank you. And
actually, not to interrupt, I still maintain my childhood, if you will, registered nurse. So I am.
Oh, so you are a registered nurse.
I am also a registered nurse.
Okay, good. All right, good. That's why I wanted to verify.
Well, either way, however I can fit in.
Okay, I missed the fact. I was looking at the doctor part. I missed the registered nurse part.
Well, you know,
okay,
it's all important. What
okay, no, very good.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. So,
good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Ayana Archer. I am applying for appointment as a mental health professional. I am a clinician with Meridian's mobile response team. I don't know how many of you all are familiar with the mobile response team, but we actually go out to crises and we work to de-escalate hospitalizations and involvement by law enforcement. I feel that I would be a great asset to this board because I actually work in this field on a daily basis and I see the needs of those in our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Amanda Reed. I am a nurse practitioner. I'm dual certified in adult and women's health care. I have been in health care for about 25 years now. I was born and raised in Gainesville. Only left for undergraduate and then also graduate school. Otherwise, I've been here. I've been practicing as a nurse practitioner in Gainesville since 2006. And I've cared for a lot of patients in this town. I have 2 children, one at Howard Bishop and one at St. Francis. And my wonderful husband is a pilot for JetBlue. He's gone a lot. You never know where your life is going to take you and where your career is going to take you. I consider myself coming from a fortunate family. I grew up fortunate. I'm very white, but I care deeply, and I have a close family member who is a veteran who experienced severe mental illness and ended up on the street. And through that, and through COVID, I ended up starting to work with the homeless. And this has been an amazing experience, probably one of the hardest things I've done in my career. It's very frustrating because I like to fix things. I pride myself in being able to help my patients, and it's very frustrating the barriers that there are. I've worked at UF Health. I've worked for HCA North Florida. I've worked in private practice, and now I've volunteered with the homeless. So I feel like that I bring to the table kind of a well-rounded background as far as really understanding mental illness and veterans and all of that system that is very hard to figure out. As far as the also being a parent, the anything that needs to get done, it doesn't matter how much, where you come from, it's always a fight to get what you need for your child, even in the best case scenario. So I definitely know where the gaps are. I don't want to just keep taking up time, but thank you very much for considering me. I was an applicant for the doctor or nurse position. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reed.
So, Madam Chair, could we appoint the applicants that are just single applicants? So, and then we could maybe vote on.
Works for me.
Okay, so I would move that we appoint Frank Catalanoto, Catherine Striley, and Ayanna Archer for term ending April 29, 2026.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. View this as administrative. All in favor?
Madam Chair, can I clarify? Sure. And that is for the respective seats that are listed in your report.
For the dentist, low income, and the mental health professional.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. All in favor of the motion signify by what's that?
Okay. I think that Catherine Striley serves in a capacity providing health care for a low-income or Medicaid-eligible consumers, but she is not herself, I do not believe, a Medicaid-eligible or low-income consumer. I know her personally and have worked with them a lot, and I think we should, I know that her clinic represents that, but
that is correct. Catherine herself is not a low-income or Medicaid-eligible consumer. She does represent that group, and this would be a reappointment to that category. She is currently representing that category.
That's not the point of this position. The point of this position is to have an actual human being who represents the people we're serving in that capacity. Right. It's not to like have people who serve those people.
We went through this last year and discussed it with legal and the directors, and the thought was if we did not have any applicants that were low income or Medicaid eligible, that it was okay to put someone who represents them in that position. If you don't want to use that position in that way, that's perfectly fine. We don't have any applicants that are low income or Medicaid eligible, though.
So I guess what I would say to my fellow board members is, I think that now that we have an equity board, it might be something we could reach out to them and ask them to help us with recruitment on these positions across the board, where as we have this in housing as well, we have positions for people who we serve. And it's a hard thing to do, right? To step up and say, I'm low income and I'm going to come to a meeting and I'm in the middle of the day, oftentimes when I would normally be working, and I'm going to advocate for the rights and the needs of the people in my community or that I represent based on this situation. It's a hard role to ask. And oftentimes they also, because they're low income, need to work. So, and our board meetings aren't at times when they can necessarily come. So I think reviewing these positions and thinking about them differently is something we need to do. I'm okay with appointing Catherine Striley maybe for a 1-year term while we have the equity board look at that and have that conversation and bring us back some recommendations on how we could modify.
Okay, so I would move that we change Catherine's to April 29, 2025. And ask that our staff come back to us in a year with that applicant, hopefully having additional applicants in that category.
Yeah, and I'll
okay?
Make another motion later. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and then appointing Frank and Ayana for the term ending 2026.
Okay.
Yeah, I seconded it.
Okay, so we have an amended motion and a second. Do you have any public comment to that motion? I feel that's less administrative. All right, seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? All right. Congratulations to those 3 applicants. And now, Madam Clerk, if we can do the next appointments.
Dr. Nurse.
So for Dr. Nurse, our applicants are Leilani Dottie and Amanda Reed. I'll call on each commissioner if I can have your vote. Commissioner Cornell.
Dr. Dottie.
Commissioner Willard.
Amanda Reed.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Dottie.
Commissioner Prezia. And Chair Alford.
All right. I guess we will make that Dottie.
I would move Dr. Dottie for the term ending April 29, 2026.
Okay. Second. Motion is second. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Dr. Dottie.
Next, we'll have the 2 alternate positions available. Appoint 1 applicant.
First, may I ask if Amanda would consider?
She's on the list.
She's already on the list.
Where? Oh, there she is. I beg your pardon.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I got it.
So we vote for 2?
Yes, one applicant with a term ending 4/29/2025, and 1 applicant with a term ending 4/29/2026. So, Commissioner Chestnut, your turn.
Reed.
You want to do 2?
Got to do 2.
I got 2. Okay. Forbes.
Okay. Commissioner Prezia.
Reed and Forbes.
Commissioner Cornell.
Reed and Forbes.
Willard.
Reed and Forbes.
Okay. Chair
Uh,
Alford.
Reed and Paramu.
So I would move Amanda Reed for the term ending 4/29/2026, and Jessica Forbes for the term ending 4/29/2025.
Second.
Okay. We have a
Thank you.
motion and a second. Administrative, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations to Jessica Forbes and to Amanda Reed, thank you for being willing to serve. And again, we had many, many wonderful candidates that applied, and we appreciate your willingness to serve Alachua County, and we hope that you continue to look for boards to serve. We have many different boards that could use the expertise that we have here in the county, so thank you.
We're excited to have you both.
Yes, we're
Yeah,
very
excited to
excited to have you all.
All three of you.
Yeah, so now we're going to move to items pulled from consent. The first item pulled from consent is item 4A, which was the land acquisition reimbursement grant between Alachua County and the state of Florida, DP. This is the High Springs Lime Rock Mines property. Who do we have that's going to address that?
So, Madam Chair, I pulled this one from consent, and the reason that I pulled it was not because I'm happy to make the motion to approve the acceptance of the grant. However, I do have some questions for staff, and I'm a little concerned about us continuing along the path on this project until we have some resolution. And that, I guess my first question is the mine still open?
Yes, Andy Chrisman, Program Manager for the Land Conservation Program. And Madam Chair, the mine is still an active mine, although primarily it seems to be just hauling stockpiled lime rock material off-site at a slow rate currently, not actively digging.
And is there a reclamation plan that's been developed for the mine?
The site does not yet have a reclamation plan that has been submitted to DEP, who is the permitting entity for the mine at this point, at least not that has been shared with staff.
Okay. So I guess my concern is that I don't really want us spending staff time and energy or money on things like appraisals and site evaluations for a property that the mine hasn't closed and the reclamation hasn't been done. So we can't even buy it even if we wanted to. It's not like we're going to buy an active mine that hasn't been reclamated. I mean, that would be crazy. So I guess I don't know. So I guess I'm just trying to get to a point where we say, like, fine, we'll accept the grant, and then at such time as I guess my motion would be that we accept the grant and that we say that at such time as the mine is closed and the reclamation plan has been submitted to DEP, we can continue the process of seeking the rest of the money we would need for a bargain share and pursuing purchase.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right, a second. Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm.
I would just say that the owner is kind of between a rock and a hard place because they have an agreement with the mine that the mine is supposed to reclaim the property. And yet what they're doing is, doing just enough out there to make it sound like they are still. And so the owners are becoming elderly. The woman who is in charge of the business part of all of this, is wanting to get it settled as quickly as she can, but she's a little reluctant to engage legal action against the mine right now, but we'll see what's going on with that. Dr. Brown from Swanee River Management is going to be doing a site visit. Tom Kay has been working with us too. What we're trying to do is to find a way to engage the state to be more involved in this rather than us. Right. Because I finally got a copy of this, that makes everybody a little nervous about the property. But at the same time, it's a valuable piece. And if you look at it, even on the map that Ramon just gave us, it's there. And it's up in that quadrant of the county doesn't have any surface body waters at all. And if you've not seen it, it's quite remarkable. So that's one of the reasons, I'm using my Jill McGuire. I'm channeling my Jill McGuire. That's why I was interested from the very beginning, before I came on the board, and why I have not been able to quite let it go yet. And this team of people has been very patient and working with me, trying to find other options for the purchase of it. I don't want to cut the family loose just yet, but at the same time, I don't want to drag them on either. So, whatever we can do to engage the state or the Fish and Game or whoever the players might be, to work with us, because it is in our county, if we could partner to the extent that we do have some money and we have this grant money, that we can be players but not the total owners. I would be really good with that too. So it's a matter of just kind of playing it out a little bit longer, if you all will bear with me, until we can make sure that we have exhausted every possibility to protect that water resource up there. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you. Commissioner Cornell, it looks like I passed over you. I apologize.
Okay, no, that's okay. Thank you. I support the motion. It's well stated. And Mary Helen, for your unending energy to kind of keep this in front of us. I think what this motion does actually is it helps us with the state to say, hey, let's figure out how to make this work. So thank you for staying on it and for staff's work on it.
Thank you.
I support the motion.
Okay. I think this is kind of cool. I'm a little concerned that by us doing all of this in advance, that it could affect the management plan that would ordinarily be being done.
We're not doing. My motion was to not do it. My motion was to cease doing anything in terms of appraisals or.
Right. No. I understand, but just by what we're doing now, that. Do you feel like that could have any negative impact on the efforts that the landowner would have to make in terms of submitting a good, viable land management plan? You see what I'm saying? It's like, oh, well, Alachua County's stepping in, so. Well, we're not right now.
Well, I mean, that's how she changed it.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say, maybe this will be clear, Madam Chair, is that right now we've been kind of like acting like we're going to pursue the land no matter what. And the landowner has a contract with a mining company who hasn't been doing their due diligence in terms of closing their mine and reclamating. This is sending a clear message to that mining company and the landowner that we are not interested in that property until such time as the mine is closed and is reclamated. So they need to get on it. And if the landowner needs to, hire an attorney, So,
I understand. Yeah. I just want to make sure that we end up with the best reclamation plan as possible. So that's where I still feel like, but by our hands still being kind of there, I want to make it very clear to the landowner that we're looking for a good reclamation plan, and that's basically what I'm not just what. Checking the box so that, because you know what I'm saying, because we're still in the wings, even though we're saying.
Madam Chair, may I just add to that
Sure.
too? High Springs was really excited about the possibility of having that, in their portfolio, so to speak, but also the cemetery that's connected to that property, to the Asbury Cemetery, historic black cemetery, that a lot of those families up there have members buried in that we don't have access to because liability issues too that are connected with the lease. And I will say too that there are some parts of that property that are not going to be required to be reclaimed the same way that the new requirements. Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that there are parts of that mine that will not be required to be reclaimed in the way that the new requirements are. I hit it.
Okay.
Yes, the older parts of the mine that predated the environmental resource permit being instituted will not have the same reclamation requirements that the portions of the mine that were mined more recently under the DEP issued permit.
And so it's difficult now to find someone who can actually praise the amount it would take to reclaim it. Yes, so we could factor that into the pricing.
Typically, that is something that can be generated by the consultant that prepares the reclamation plan. Those reclamation plans are generally prepared by consultants.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Please.
To be clear and to Andy's statement, based on this motion, it is our understanding that we would not move forward with seeking a consultant to give us that information, because what we're hearing is the board does not want us paying for a consultant to do that work.
How much would that be?
Yeah, I'm worried about that part too.
So we have not requested quotes from consultants on the preparation of a reclamation plan, so I can't provide a number.
I mean, the point is, it's not our reclamation to do.
Right.
And we shouldn't be paying to develop the plan.
Exactly, but I do, but I would expect that property owner to do the plan. It's his job, and to do a good one. That was sort of the point I was trying to make.
Okay, well, I don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. I want to go along with what you're saying, Commissioner, in terms of not putting out a whole lot more. But at the same time, too, if that's part of the due diligence in terms of actually assessing the value of the property and using that the evaluation as part of the way we assess the value of that property, too. I don't know if the family is in a position to hire.
The mine needs to do it.
That's the mine's job. They made a lot of money.
I think that's the thing, is that the mine has made a ton of money on this property, right? The landowner leased that to them. I don't know what the lease was.
Forever, I think.
But they need to pursue that mining company to develop that reclamation plan and reclamate that property before the county, I mean, in my opinion, before we would ever even pursue procurement of that property, because right now it's a great risk to the county to purchase an open and active mine first, and secondly, a closed mine that hasn't been reclaimed, because that's a pretty expensive proposition. And if it's not reclaimed properly, then there's massive risk for the county in terms of safety for people, and it's not something that Parks and Recreation could manage as an active recreation space if there hasn't been proper reclamation, because you wouldn't even be able to access many of those water bodies. So it's sort of like they're trying to just like sell it to us and then be like, bye, and like put all the risk and all of the costs and all of it. And I understand that the landowner's between a rock and a hard place, and I want to protect that water resource and its connection to the springs, but I don't want to do it on the backs of wild spaces or on the backs of our taxpayers. That mining company needs to be held responsible for what they've done, and they need to fix what it is that they need to finish the job.
Right, exactly. And do it right.
And do it right, yeah.
Well, and where I'm coming from, too, is a place where Army Corps of Engineers came in and scraped out a whole bunch of lime rock in western Kentucky to create the land between the lakes there. So I'm used to lime rock cliffs, and that kind of, so I don't have the same fears, and so probably the same sensibility, that you all are trying to share, and I understand that, too.
Well, as someone that grew up in Alachua County where lime rock pits were somewhat of a rite of passage, I kind of get what you're saying.
I jumped in the one in the quarries.
Yeah, I mean, who hasn't, right?
You were probably trespassing, too, right?
Of course we
Absolutely
were.
was.
Yes, I admit to breaking the law.
91st was a dirt road, and that's where we rode our bikes and jumped into the quarries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, this trespass is only to get big bass. Nobody's swimming in it.
But
Could I ask Andy a question? So with this motion, it doesn't stop the mine from still having to do what they need to do. And would you anticipate that? I think it's an indication that we're trying to pursue something. Would you anticipate that we'll know something in the next 3 to 6 months as to how this is proceeding, or is it, to the chair's point, okay, this motion just kind of kills it?
I think that's an excellent question, and I think it's uncertain at this point. The mine permit that exists already would have required, if it had been followed, reclamation to be being completed concurrent with the continued mining of the site, and that has not happened. So if that is the only indicator, just past experience, I think it's fairly uncertain as to whether or not a reclamation plan will be completed.
Okay, well, I'm going to support the motion, and Commissioner Wheeler, this is more than we've ever done, so I think it's another step, and let's see if we don't get any movement in the next 6 months to a year, then we'll come back and talk about it.
I know, because it's been 6 years already.
I was going to say 4, but yeah, maybe 6.
No, it's been the whole time, and it's only been 4 that we've been able to get the owner on board with us.
And I apologize, there's been a bunch of buttons pushed, and people have just been talking, but Madam Manager, did you?
And I was only going to say, any reclamation done by the mining company or any reclamation plan that's going to be done by the landowner and the mining company will likely only show you the minimum reclamation that is necessary under the law, and there is likely a lot more reclamation that really should be done, that needs to be done, that we may not know about that, but we can still, relay that to the property owner.
And so I have one more question. And so given the fact that there should have been a reclamation plan being done concurrently with the current mining activities that are taking place, Is there, so this is a FDEP violation potentially that is taking place? If there is something that should be taking place and it's not taking place, can we speak to that or see if there's anything we need to be doing to protect the groundwater of Alachua County at this point?
Madam Chair, my sense of this, and FDEP has been engaged with the site. In fact, we have met with their staff on site as well to try and understand what those reclamation requirements would really be in the end.
Okay.
The responsibility for adherence to the permit is between the landowner, the mining company, and FDEP. There is not activity that is currently occurring on site that I think changes the nature of the exposure to the surface water or groundwater resources. It's more about moving forward from this point. So the site is fairly well controlled in terms of access currently because there is still an active presence on the site with the mining company, very limited entry and exit. So I think that my assessment is that the landowner and the mining company need to work with the permitting entity, FDEP, and work through that process. But that really is, it's DEP's permit, held by the mining company.
Right. I understand, having done many permits myself in the past, but there's also been times when people from the public have stepped in and questioned, whether or not something was being done correctly or right or anything else. So that.
The range of reclamation could run from fencing the property to regrading the slopes. There are things that are included in the environmental resource permit that are specifically stated as the minimum components that would be required. And for closure of the mine, those things will be required, whoever ends up being the entity that's responsible for mine closure at the time that it occurs.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. We've had some discussion up here. Is everyone clear what the motion is? All right. Do we have any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. There we go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The second item that we pulled from consent also, I believe, should be brief, and that is the item 11A, request to approve funding for Jonesville Capital Park improvements.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Jessica Hirov, your Tourism Development Director. We are here to answer any questions about the agenda item. The board had previously approved $500,000 of TDT reserves to go into improvements at the park, and Jason is here to clarify from a parks perspective the funding sources and just updates on the vision and the plan for Jonesville in general.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also the person who pulled this one, sorry. I am totally in favor of approving the $500,000 in tourism development tax for the Rotary Park at Jonesville, and I'll make that motion. I just wanted to get an update on, because in the email that we got from Ms. Peebles, it said that we were going to spend Wild Spaces and Public Places money on design of the stadium, and then, which I think is also appropriate given that this will be used for both residents of our county, all across our county, as well as tourists that are coming to visit. But I didn't know if that was in our current Parks Master Plan that had been approved, if we needed to approve that use of Wild Spaces, Public Places, and also what the timeline, or if that would change any of the other improvements that were planned, because I've been getting lots of emails and phone calls from pickleball players that really want pickleball courts there and really want to make sure the bathrooms and all those things are done and the parking lots. And so they were writing and calling me, and I didn't know how to answer them. So I wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to preclude that, or vice versa, just get a whole picture real quick for the public's so I can answer the public. Thank you.
Jason Mallard, Parks and Open Space Director. So we've incorporated the design and engineering because the stormwater capacity at Jonesville is pretty close to maxed out. So what we did is the impervious pickleball, parking, stadium, all that kind of ties together. So we want to do design and engineering all at once, so that that's done, and then we can pursue whatever funding the board deems appropriate for all the amenities. Now, the pickleball and the other things, none of that was in the stadium either. It was in the master plan. But as you're aware, GSA invested personal money into the development of the soccer fields to begin with. I believe it was $775,000 of their own to get the fields, to start the fields off and things like that. So we feel like this is an appropriate project that can, board discretion, we can make that deviation and kind of fund the A&E with Wild Spaces to get the project going, and then work with GSA with either grants, fundraisers, or other ways to, or downsize their stadium plan to fit more within the 500,000. But then the pickleball and parking, we would look at grants, general fund requests, other things that we could use that might be available besides Wild Spaces, unless the board directs otherwise. So
you're saying that currently the other upgrades to Jonesville Park are not in the Wild Spaces?
Unless we direct it today. I think we need to.
Yeah, I mean, that park is one of our heaviest used parks, and it's like, it's constant. I don't know I know you go there all the time, but yeah, it's a constant need. So, I mean, I don't know what the upgrades we were planning to that park for Wild Spaces, Public Places was.
So a lot of that was part of the original this renewal of the Wild Spaces. Part of that was incorporated into some of the things we wanted to do. This was prior to the master plan being finalized. Was improving parking has been an issue ongoing, and it's been addressed numerous times with me when I engaged the community there. Pickleball, because it's also the parking is overflowing into the community. Pickleball is using a basketball court that we striped with pickleball, and there's 20, 25 people waiting to play each day when I'm out there. So the secondary court, because it's going to have an impact on the pervious areas, is going to be a challenge with the stormwater. So that's going to be part of this design engineering to look at what is the other things we're going to have to do to increase our stormwater if we are going to do parking, if we are going to do pickleball. These are all big pieces of the puzzle. So,
well, I guess I am in favor of the motion for the tourism development tax. I'm also in favor of us expending Wild Spaces, Public Places money to do the design and construction of upgrades to the Jonesville Park.
So can you add and specify that in the A&E it includes the stadium, pickleball courts, and more parking in your motion?
Yeah.
Have we not ever considered a swimming pool out there?
There's no room for it, honestly. And then you also have what's considered a honeycomb underneath a lot of the areas that are not developed yet. Okay. So that's where we're having sinkholes and other things. There's just nowhere to put it. And I think it would be a huge issue if we did have something like that. Okay.
Commissioner
Considering
Prizzi,
the cost.
if you'll make that change to add those three things, I'll support the motion.
Okay, I move that we accept the tourism development funding for the $500,000 for the Rotary Park at Jonesville capital improvements, and that we use Wild Spaces Public Places funding for the A&E for pickleball courts and additional parking, as well as the stadium.
Second.
So that's just for the A&E, not for the actual construction.
What we're really doing, Commissioners, is
A&E and construction for the
we're modifying the master plan.
Parking.
Yes.
And we're adding $500,000 of TD, Tourist Development Council money. So I think it's a win.
I'm just going to jump in and say that I don't support that. I support using the money to do the A&E work. I do not support, since Jason mentioned that there could be they would look at other funding, including fundraising for some of that other work. I mean, this is an area of the county where fundraising could work to build pickleball courts, while we have other areas of the county where we could be spending that Wild Spaces, Public Places, Park dollars, where it's not viable to fundraise to create things like pickleball courts. So
But this is one of the busiest parks in the county, and we own it, and we have. I mean, it's like, if we're not going to spend taxpayer dollars on one of the busiest county parks when it's county park money, that just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I just said I'm willing to spend $500,000 to do the A&E work. I think that's what he said the price tag was, right?
To be clear, the 500,000 is from the TDT funds, which cannot be used for A&E.
Right. No, that was for the stadium, and the stadium's something that we had already discussed, and that is something that needed to be expanded.
Correct. The current plan, what GSA has given us for their preliminary, it exceeds the 500,000. I don't have the exact number, but it does exceed, so you wouldn't be able to pay for the entire. But that included renovating the field as well. Field, bleachers, well, not renovating, but basically rebuilding it and doing the stadium around it, and then.
And so, but this wasn't part. So, forgive me if I'm wrong, but this wasn't part of the parks master plan.
This particular was not. $25,000 in CIP for crosswalks was the only thing they listed during the public meetings, and when we were out there. These were very hot topics.
Oh, yeah. I know.
and the plan, and I'll admit the plan is not perfect. And,
Okay.
So I think we also have to be willing to listen to the community and things. And we do have a solid 3-year CIP, which is following the master plan and the high priority projects as well. So there are some, they were increased. We've had a little more increased revenue from the tax than we anticipated, plus we're able to look at some savings and some other projects. So we might be able to cobblestone some of that stuff together to kind of help with that too.
Okay,
What if we say that, like we using additional wild spaces monies and savings for projects not carving into existing?
Okay, that I feel more comfortable with, because I feel really uncomfortable using affecting any other projects in our list of projects that affect many other areas of the county to create a really beautiful park in the most affluent area of the county. Does that make any sense? So if we can add that to the motion, then I feel more comfortable with it. So thank you.
Okay, so there's the motion to approve the TDT for the stadium, a motion to approve the use of new wild spaces, public places funding, and project savings funding to fund the A&E and construction of the pickleball courts and the parking and other improvements at Jonesville Park.
Yeah. Second, so and my comments are that part of the master plan, which we approved, really it was preliminary, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, but we needed to approve it, was to engage the community.
I agree.
And to engage the community at each of the sites, especially the sites that existed. And when we engage the community out there, well, you don't have to engage the community. Just go out there any night, you will see there's a huge need for parking.
I know.
There's
I'm
a
well aware. And
huge
we've had-
need
and
for
we've had
pickleball.
issues out
There's
there.
a huge need for pickleball. And so this is, I think, like we're fulfilling the will of the community by actually listening to them and moving forward. The fact that we received so many emails saying they're canceling the pickleball courts, to me was like, are you out of your mind? Like that's the that's the most that everyone wants. And it's because it's 8 years old to 80. I don't even play out there. 8 years old to 88 years old. And the community wants it. I want it out of Melrose. This couldn't be farther away, but I know that the community is telling us, please build pickleball courts. And the fact that the city of Gainesville built some in a park where our fire station is, and it's beautiful, and it's packed, and we're still trying to figure out how to build them in the county. I'm like, hey, guys, can we catch up on the pickleball stuff? It's like, no joke. Everyone wants them. Let's build them. And ask the city how they built them, because they built them, and they're building more. And I sent an announcement, they're building 8 more. I mean, it's like everywhere you go, people want them. So let's build them. Let's seriously build them. Stop talking about it.
And I hear you, but I also, work in a part of the county where nobody actually believes the park's ever going to actually come because nobody cares.
And they want them there too. And they want them there too.
They want them there too. But
So let's build them there too.
Okay, but they're not always free to show up to meetings. So it's just want to make sure that point's made. But I will support the motion with that change. Thank you. Commissioner Wheeler, did I pass over you? I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
Okay,
I still am amused by pickleball. I'm just still amused. It makes me.
Okay.
They're outside, they're
All
playing
right.
ball.
We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you. All right. We will now move on to our regularly scheduled
Madam Chair,
agenda.
may I send Jessica a message too? Don't forget the clock. Yes.
All right. We now have a presentation by the Supervisor of Elections, Kim Barton. Thank you, Kim, for your patience while we address these items.
Pickleball,
I was about to say good morning, but good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We're here today on behalf of your request. When I originally received the request, it was for information regarding our outreach. And then I received an additional request regarding early voting. So we put two short presentations together. I have with me my Director of Communications and Outreach, Aaron Klein, and Chief Deputy Supervisor of Elections, Carl DeLestinier. So I'm going to call Aaron up first, just give you a brief overview of what we've been doing in outreach first, and then I'll come back, Carl and I, and address the early voting.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Commission. As Supervisor Barton said, my name is Aaron Klein. I'm the Director of Communications and Outreach at the Supervisor of Elections Office, and it is our pleasure to be here. We really want to make sure you all know, and of course the public know, about all the great outreach that we're doing across the county. So with that, I will dive in. Let me open up the presentation. And can everybody see the presentation okay?
If you could hit the play button. There we go.
Okay. Make sure it's over. Perfect. Alrighty. So quickly just go through an agenda of what the presentation is going to cover. First, some brief introductions about the key members of staff you need to know about when it comes to outreach in our office, our vision for outreach, and how we envision ourselves working in the community. Voter education opportunities we've taken advantage of, our focus on voter registration, some statistics that we gather to give you an idea of how we approach outreach, and then some objectives for the rest of 2024. Of course, this is a critical presidential election year, so we're excited to be a part of this. First, some brief introductions. Let's meet the staff who conduct outreach at our office. First, of course, is Supervisor of Elections Kim A. Barton. I'm sure you have heard of her. She has previously served the community as Outreach Director for 23 years prior to taking office in 2017 as Supervisor of Elections. And she continues to represent the office all across the county. If there's an outreach event where we've scheduled ourselves to table and help register voters, it's very likely you will see her there taking part in voter registration and voter education. Moving forward to myself, I won't spend too much time talking about myself. Again, I'm the Director of Communications and Outreach. I've served in this role since 2021, and my role also takes part in several other activities. Of course, those outreach events and voter registration drives. I also conduct third-party voter registration organization trainings. I handle media inquiries, social media and website management, and then those mailers you get in the mail around election time, advertisements, and email campaigns. That's also under my purview. We are a team at the Supervisor of Elections Office. We have a wonderful staff, and especially at some of those really busy times during the year where there are great voter registration opportunities, 4th of July being one, the entire team comes together to help out. So our entire team takes part in voter registration and voter education. And then, some context here. Prior to 2021, our office was able to utilize volunteers for voter registration and voter education. Under Senate Bill 90, which was passed in 2021, that is actually restricted now. We can no longer utilize volunteers to help us with voter registration. So we've created a new on-call position, on-call outreach. We unveiled it in 2023, where we hired some folks who had previously been our volunteers, some of which also served as election workers previously, to assist us at some of those voter registration drives. It really allows us to maximize our presence across the community, especially during weekends where we have multiple events happening at once. We can be multiple places at once, which is really our focus to maximize where we are in the county. Okay, so let's talk about our vision as an office when it comes to outreach. So we have the following objectives, when it comes to outreach in the community, not in a court. First, of course, we're focused on serving the entire community. This is a really large county. We have 9 municipalities, and we also have 2 wonderful academic institutions in the county, the University of Florida and Santa Fe College. We're focused on partnering not only across the county, but with those institutions, making sure our presence is felt on both campuses. And of course, our focus being a countywide constitutional is to reach every demographic in the county whenever possible. That's our goal, is to make sure everyone in this county can hear from us. We also focus on balancing registration with education. We, of course, see it as a foremost goal to make sure people who are eligible to vote have an opportunity to register to vote, update their voter registration, and have everything they need to know prepared to vote in upcoming elections. But we also see it as part of our mandate to educate voters, to make sure they feel empowered about their role in the process, to make sure they understand the voting and elections process, and perhaps most importantly, to feel confident about the process, to know that our office is really focused and on the ball with administering accessible and transparent elections. So we'll talk about some of that as well. So first, let's go over some voter education that we do as an office. This is just a sample of some of the events we have been to over the last couple of years. First, every year we go to all 7 public high schools. That is, of course, mandatory under law, but we really go the extra mile to ensure we're reaching as many students in junior and senior classes as possible. We also, whenever possible, go to some of our charter and private schools in the county. Just this year, we went to PK Young, that was actually just a couple months ago, and then Sciatech Micro School as well to help register voters and educate voters. We handle events with a community group, such as the Seniors on the Move group at the Clarence R. Kelly Community Center, the Free Speech Forum at Cone Park Library Branch. They were a great bunch. The Community Coalition for Older Adults at the Senior Recreation Center. And I don't want to overwhelm you, so I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. These are all some organizations that we've hosted some voter education events with. We feel really privileged to be able to utilize our own space at times at the Supervisor of Elections office to host visitors in voter education. But other times, we go to them and we bring our outreach materials and we bring a presentation just like this, focusing on different elements of voter education and the elections process. Even more that we've done. I wanted to be sure that you saw exactly where we've been in recent years. We're out there, definitely. And just some lovely pictures from some of our events. As you can see, Supervisor Barton takes part in these as well. Members of staff can help us. We sometimes bring our voting equipment to help demonstrate the equipment. So that picture on the top middle, we brought a tabulator to Santa Fe College for Disability Awareness Day to show our accessible voting equipment. So we really try to make sure the educational opportunities are engaging and varied in what they talk about. All right, let's talk about voter registration. That, of course, is a key focus of our outreach efforts. These are all the festivals that we go to. These are not all of them. I have another slide listing off more, but some of the ones you're familiar with, of course, are Fifth Avenue Arts Festival, the Archer Mother's Day Festival, which is just 2 weeks away, High Springs Pioneer Days, which is this Saturday, the Waldo Concert and Cookout, and then even more, Sunshine State Book Festival, our 4th of July events, Fanfare and Fireworks, Hawthorne Homecoming. These are all events where we set up a table, oftentimes a tent, and some of our yard signs, and we really try to be a visible presence for the community to ensure they know we are here to assist them. And some of the pictures of previous events. This year for the city of Gainesville, that top right one, we participated in their holiday parade, which was quite a fun event. It was their first one, I believe. And some of these other pictures just show members of staff just taking part in some of those great festivals around the county. We also focus on ensuring our presence is felt at what I call hotspots across the county, places where quite a few people, county residents, will just visit from time to time. So we hold regular tabling events at the Alachua County libraries, all the branches across the county. We did a summer tour last summer, in fact. The Plaza of the Americas at the University of Florida, the Lawrence Tyree Library at Santa Fe College. We are always at naturalization ceremonies that take place at the federal courthouse. Personally, it's one of my favorite events, seeing people so excited to take that first step in getting involved by registering. Also, emergency preparedness expos and disability resource expos. Those take place at multiple places throughout the county. If it's an area where a lot of people regularly go, we want to have a presence there. And here are just some pictures of some of those places. We want to make sure we're not just going to festivals, but we're going to places people go to regularly as much as possible. We also are incredibly privileged to partner with some great organizations across the county. We, of course, don't endorse, especially partisan organizations, but we are always here to furnish organizations with materials. We have a great variety of educational materials for them. And whenever possible, if organizations in the community can point us in the direction for a place where a lot of potential voters, a lot of potential future voters are, we want to be there. So some of those partnerships include, again, the Community Coalition for Older Adults, Compassionate Outreach Ministries. We just had an event with them at their church just a few weeks ago, a voter registration drive. The League of Women Voters, of course, an organization that we work with quite a bit. And the Gainesville chapter of the Links Incorporated, we had some great voter registration drives with them. The Kiwanis Club in Alachua County, and again, I'll save you some time here. A couple that we work with all the time, the Bob Graham Center for Public Service at the University of Florida. We partner with them quite a bit for events at the University of Florida. And then all these other great organizations as well. We see that, we don't know everything as an office. These community organizations may have opportunities that we were not aware of, so our ears are always open when it comes to our community partners.
Is Peters Neighborhood Association, is that St. Peter's, St. Paul's? Yes.
It's in Archer, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's just making sure that I was seeing the same organizations.
Yes, ma'am. We had an event there last spring. It was at St. Peter's Missionary Baptist Church.
Right.
Great event.
Yep.
And here's some pictures, just some events. So that top one you can see we hosted a summer group there to do some voter education. We have events at Pugh Hall at the University of Florida. Just events all around the county. Some more pictures. These reference our visits to the schools. So on the left, you can see that was our visit to Sciatech Micro School in collaboration with the League of Women Voters and the Gainesville chapter of the Links Incorporated, and then Hawthorne High School on the right. I will keep it moving. Another category that we really focus on are events that serve our veterans in the community. We really emphasize that. We're very fortunate to be able to partner with the county's Veteran Services Department. Ms. Davis always makes us aware of those events as they're coming up. But it's a privilege to assist our veterans with handling their registration and education needs. So some events that we've done, the Veterans Resource Fair at the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Center, the Veterans Day Breakfast Ceremony, again, at the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Center in Gainesville, a Memorial Day Ceremony at Evergreen Cemetery in Gainesville, the Veterans Services Bonanza out in Newberry, and some pictures referencing those events. We really see it as an honor to help serve veterans and make sure that they can have their voice heard as well. So moving away from some of that in-person outreach, I wanted to also talk about some of the various avenues we use as an office to reach people. So let's talk about digital communication. We utilize, of course, our social media platforms, both Facebook and Instagram. If you're looking for us, our Facebook handle is Vote Alachua. Our Instagram handle is Alachua SOE, one word. We utilize constant contact to get the word out in a variety of ways, whether that's our press releases, especially around election time, some email campaigns that we do. One very successful one we did last year was to encourage voters who had previously voted by mail to renew their vote by mail ballot request. Many of them probably had not been aware that there was a change in law that requires them to renew their vote by mail ballot request every 2 years rather than every 4 years. So we did an email campaign about that. And of course, perhaps our most visible digital communication platform is our website, votealachua.gov. We make sure to update that regularly, make sure voters are getting the most current information there. And here you can see a sample of some of those platforms. On the bottom right, I do want to draw attention to a partnership that Supervisor Barton had with then UF President Kent Fox. It was a collaboration to promote early voting at the University of Florida. In fact, it received a national award, the Stars and Stripes Award, for a collaboration between those two entities. So not bragging on us at all, but just wanted to draw attention to that. I think we're very proud of our digital outreach as an office. So we take statistics seriously. We go to events and we want to make sure we're understanding, was this an effective outreach event? Did we reach a variety of voters? Did we accomplish some of our goals, and was it worth the investment in time for us? So some statistics we track from outreach events include basically the number of attendees present at the event. We estimate that. The number of voter registration applications we collect, the number of vote-by-mail request forms we collect at the event, and the number of election worker interest forms that we collect. We're always looking for folks who are excited to serve the community as election workers, so we have a sign-up sheet. That way we can contact people if they're interested. And here's a quick screenshot of a spreadsheet where you kind of see some of the statistics we gather. We want to make sure if it's an event that we're trying for the first time, we have an idea of, is this one that is going to be worth our investment in resources, especially if it may conflict with another event happening at a future date.
So that was for 2024?
Yes, ma'am. That's actually pretty recent. Recent excerpt of some previous events. Yeah, so that's the last couple of weeks. And I do want to make clear, you'll see some 0 vote-by-mail request form or voter registration applications received. That does not necessarily mean it was a failure as an event. It could be a more voter education-focused event, or it could have been an event where, you know what, people were already prepared. They had already taken part in registering to vote, but they're going to get the word out to their community members to do the same. We have outreach materials that people can take home to do just that. So it's a comprehensive effort to evaluate them. All right, so let's talk about some of our objectives for the rest of this year. Of course, it's a presidential election year, so we believe these objectives are pretty ambitious. First, we are going to be taking part in a multifaceted email, in-person, and digital campaign to encourage student voters at Santa Fe College and the University of Florida to update their voter registration applications, specifically their addresses, prior to the general election. There's more context here, but in short, it's a very important process, especially for student voters to take part in, because we want to make sure they're not making those updates in line to go vote. Instead, we want to encourage them to do so well in advance of Election Day. That's a big focus for our office in the coming months. Beyond that, we are looking to do some new marketing and outreach partnerships with the University of Florida president, Ben Sass. We're excited to work with his office and try to reach students in a really creative and engaging way. As always, there's always change when it comes to election procedures and laws. We want to make sure the public understands some of those key statutory changes. So we focused on creating materials and hosting more education events, specifically catered to ensuring the public understands those changes. We're always going to be looking to maximize our presence in all municipalities. If there's an event happening in some of our outer municipalities, we want to be there. That way everyone in the county can see us. And last but certainly not least, we always want election workers. So part of our outreach is going to be recruiting election workers for the primary and general elections coming up. It is often much easier to recruit election workers when an election is coming up because, hey, we'll give you a call in 2 weeks is a pretty good sales pitch. So those are some of our goals for the rest of this year. We're very excited to take part in such an exciting time. If you have any questions beyond this presentation, here's our contact information for Supervisor Barton and myself. Feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to answer any of those questions. And I thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. That was very comprehensive.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any? Commissioner Wheeler?
It's a tight ship, I'm telling you. It's a lot of fun. It's going to be an exciting year. Ken, get ready. We did this in the last election cycle when we worked on it, and it got a little harried and very exciting too, But in any case, if you all are doing the digital outreach to the University of Florida and also Santa Fe, maybe the high schools too, the seniors, if you all could, somehow get, especially as it gets closer to the election deadlines for registering or something, because the seniors forget that they are right on the edge of adulthood and the responsibilities that go with that. And so it wouldn't hurt to kind of put one more thing in their senior year, which might be, this reminder
Oh, absolutely. That's one thing we encourage during our presentations, especially when I say, students, are you looking to move out of the county, or are you going to be attending the University of Florida or Santa Fe? Here's a voter guide. Here's a resource to update your voter registration online in the future. And of course, we encourage them to sign up, to be in our contact list. That way we can send them that reminder as we get closer to the election.
Well, since you all are so good about this, you all need a big poster with Kim saying, I want you. You know, we can dress you up, Kim, and I want you, and then get registered, because it's going to be a big year. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Crowe.
That's a great presentation. Looking forward to work. I guess Kim can't be on the canvassing board for the November. Is that right? So I'll be filling in for you.
Kim Barton, Supervisor of Elections. I can serve in an advisory capacity.
Right.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
That's
I can
okay.
serve in an advisory capacity, but I don't have any voting powers on the canvassing board.
So I think, Mary Helen, it's you and I and the judge, right? Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a great election. I really appreciate the outreach efforts. The more people that are registered to vote, the better democracy is. So thanks for all of your efforts and for your staff. I know your staff is super. They're all here today, and they're not all here today, but a couple of them are here today. So
They're
thank y'all.
watching.
Yeah, thank you all for all the work that you are doing, and two of us will be there to support you for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to get ready to go into the second presentation regarding early voting. You want to pull it up?
Can I ask a quick question though? I did wonder, do you know how many out of date voters, or how many voters have been kicked out that need to update their vote by mail and stuff like that? Like, do you have those
We
numbers?
definitely get those statistics for you. It depends on what time frame you're looking at, but if you're referencing maybe starting at the end of 2022 when those vote by mail requests
Yes.
expired statewide, how many have not already renewed? Yeah, we can certainly get those
Yeah,
statistics.
that would be useful
Yeah, absolutely.
information.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Target.
Yep. Y'all have to. We can. But I keep forgetting you all.
Can't wait.
Okay. Okay, I'm good. Okay. Thank you again. So the commission asked if we would come back. Back in 2022, we did a pilot project regarding early voting. So you asked to come back, and so I have a little presentation regarding this. I'm going to do the first part of it, and then Carl will come and do the latter part. I got to get used to this. I'm not used to this PowerPoint stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to go over a little bit of the statutory language regarding early voting. Then I'll discuss early voting in Alachua County. Carl will come and will cover the logistical considerations for the final Sunday of early voting, and then final options for early voting on the final Sunday prior to Election Day. So it's really clear in statute. It lays out in Florida Statute 101.657. It gives us guidance in terms of the location, the dates of early voting, and as well as the hours of early voting, and the discretion of this is left up to the supervisor of elections. So what locations can serve as an early voting location? Of course, the supervisor of elections office, or we don't have a branch office, but if we did, that would be one as well. Also, the statute specifically says that the supervisor may also designate any city hall, permanent public library facilities, fairgrounds, civic centers, courthouse, county commission buildings, stadiums, and so many more. And if so, they must, the sites must be geographically located so as to provide all voters in the county an equal opportunity to cast a ballot insofar as is practical. And also they must provide sufficient non-permitted parking to accommodate the anticipated amount of voters. So we always have to look at parking and if it can accommodate the voters. The dates and hours are set in statute. There are mandatory dates and hours, and then there's optional dates. So starting 10 days prior to Election Day, early voting can start. So the mandatory days there are 8 days. So, here in Alachua County, we start earlier than the mandatory days. Actually, we start 5 days prior to the mandatory days. So most counties across the state, they start on the mandatory days, which are Saturday. Here in Alachua County, we start on that Monday, so that's 5 additional days already. And the hours are between 8 hours and 12 hours. We do 9 hours. So our voters in Alachua County are used to 9 to 6. They know that, once we tried to do something different, and it just confused our voters. So we stick with the 9 to 6 because that's what they're used to. The optional days, there are 6 optional days, and as I told you, of the 6, we already utilized 5 of those as well. And so I'm going to just kind of look at the November general election. As you can see, the optional days start on the 21st. And as I mentioned, a lot of counties start on the 26th. And so we'll, of course, the 21st, we'll start. And we'll go through the mandatory days, and there is one additional optional day that we have not decided on just yet, but I wanted to show you that as well. The 4th that is a very important day to our office because that's the day that all of our clerks come that morning to pick up what they need to take with them, their supplies. So it's a very important day for us to be ready for. Now I want to kind of talk about the context of early voting in Alachua County. Now here in Alachua County, well, across the state of Florida, early voting started in 2004. When early voting started, we only had one early voting site, and that was here in the county administration building. And early voting just exploded. It was just very popular. And then in 2006, there was 2 additional sites added, which was the Tower Road Branch Library and Millhopper Branch Library. And since coming into office in 2016, I've added additional we've expanded considerably. We have 7 early voting sites now total, and we will add an additional site starting with the primary election at Santa Fe Community. There we go. Right here. Right here? Okay. All right. So we'll add Santa Fe Community College Bain Campus. So a total of 8 early voting sites. So we've really tried to make early voting accessible across the county. And so going from 3 sites when I came into office 2016, and now we'll be at 8 sites. All right. So as I said, most counties start doing the mandatory period. Our office consistently makes use of the optional early voting days provided under Florida statute. Our focus is, of course, ensuring that the public is aware of the many opportunities to cast their vote during an election. Voting doesn't start at the end of early voting. Voting starts 45 days prior to the election. So we ensure that voters know all their options, whether it's vote by mail, early voting, or election day. So we want to make sure. So as I said, in the upcoming 2024 primary election, we'll have 13 days of early voting. That's 5 more. That's what's required. And I did a poll of counties across the state as to what their general election early voting schedule was going to be. So far, and this is as of Friday, 12 counties have confirmed that they will have optional last day Sunday. 49 counties have confirmed that they will end early voting on the Saturday. And 6 counties, including Alachua County, we have not finalized our schedule yet. So just so you have those numbers. In the 2022 general election, early voting took place over the course of 13 days. Once again, that's 5 more days than that's required. And early voting was made available at the Maine Supervisor of Elections office. And that was a pilot project. And Carl is going to go over more in detail how that went. And so we'll talk about that in just a minute. Here it shows early voting continues to be popular, though if you look at the numbers, Election Day for the 2020 general election, that was the highest method of turnout. And so vote by mail and early voting, kind of close in hand. So our voters continue to love vote by mail as well. And of course, we have those voters who love early voting. Just to give you a look here, voters who live, if you can see where the stars are, those are early voting sites. So voters who live near early voting sites tend to really vote early voting when they live close by an early voting site. And so at this time, I'm going to let Carl come up and kind of, talk about the logistics consideration for early voting on the final Sunday, and then I'll come back.
Carl DeLesnaire, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Hope you guys are having a good day so far. All right, so I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the logistical considerations that go into early voting as a whole, and in particular in that last Sunday. So as we were kind of talking about with communications and outreach, elections administration overall is a balancing act. We balance lots of things, but in specific, we balance the opportunities for eligible voters to come out and be able to cast that ballot with our ability to effectively manage and administer and deal with things that come up, right? This could be a number of things, but things that we've seen in the past is a polling place has a fire or has some other things that make them unavailable for Election Day. Well, we have typically, in the past, we've had about 1 day to start to figure that out because things have to get shipped and delivered to those polling places prior to that day. That day in the past has been that last Sunday because that Monday we're getting ready to give those things out to the clerks and getting those shipped out. So a few things on this. In June of 22, we kind of talked about some of the challenges, kind of talking about shortening that window, like we were just saying, about how we respond to things that come up. One of the things that I will also note is that we have a great staff, but they're tireless and they do it a lot. But one of the things during that early voting period that we want to keep in mind is that we go during that 13 days or however long early voting is, and we are all there. We are all doing it. We're engaged. And so this is something that Sunday there is really the only day of a break between that early voting time period, which are relatively long days, as well as going straight into Election Day, which tends to be a 14 to 16-hour day. I'm sure for those of you who have been with us in the past have experienced how some of those can be a little bit longer. And it doesn't, with that last Sunday, we would have a harder time responding to those last-minute issues or availabilities that happen with polling places, election workers, whatnot during that time. One last thing, of course, we spend a lot of time ahead of time coordinating with our early voting locations on their schedules and availabilities. And so one of the things, if we go forward with the last Sunday coming up in the 24 general, we will need to also verify that those places are available. They do a number of things. The Rights Union, for example, they have a number of other events that may be on the calendar far in advance. But of course, not just to talk about the considerations that we have to make for it. There are a lot of benefits in order to hold that last Sunday, right? We provide voters with that extra day of weekend voting. The more that we're able to get folks to do early voting, the less that we have for considerations on election day, which should help make that experience better for the more folks who we can get to vote during that longer period. And it'll also give some of our civically engaged organizations an additional opportunity to get folks out to vote during that time. So I'll talk a little bit about our pilot project that we did in 22, where we had our office open for that additional Sunday. We had some really good news from that. Folks who were available to early vote came out, right? 63 of our 64 precincts during that time had at least one voter come out and vote. So if they wanted to come out and vote, when our office was open and available for that early voting, they did do so. I'm going to kind of show, this is just a quick map that shows where all those voters were located, and they made it to us on that Sunday. So it obviously was not geographically just around us or in that general area. It was definitely more distributed throughout the county. One of the things for that turnout, here is the turnout for each day for early voting. This isn't broken down by site. It's a little bit small, I apologize. But basically, we see that second Sunday had over 1,000 folks come out to our office and vote. And so those folks were able to utilize it. This does mirror the numbers for that first Sunday, which is a lower turnout day. But we did see a number of folks from all of those places come out and join us for early voting.
And that was just one site versus all of the sites.
Correct. Yeah. So that's just one site, and like I said, we did have individuals from 63 of our 64 precincts come out. So it wasn't geographically located, for example, to just around the office. But obviously, yes, that was one available site compared to having all 7. All right. This time, I'll have Supervisor Barton come back up for the options.
So as I mentioned, we have not made a decision yet regarding holding it the last Sunday. There are several things we must evaluate. Our office's staffing levels and levels of preparation for the election as a whole. And some of my concern is making sure that we are ready on that Monday, because generally that Sunday is hell for us to do any, just if anything comes up, that's our day that we're still working. Even though I said, that's a rest day, it's not really a rest day for my staff because we're still at the office and working. There's things that we have to do from the end of the Saturday that early voting ends. It may end at 6 o'clock, but we're not out of there till 11 or 12 o'clock in the morning. So for us to switch that to Sunday, and you're talking about, adding another early voting site, you're talking 8 sites. I'm just have a concern that, that we're taking away that Sunday that we normally have to take care of any issues that come up and be ready. And remember, Monday, that's a canvassing board day as well, so there's a lot going on. We have people coming in the office from 8 in the morning until about 2 o'clock, clerks picking up their supplies, and we've got to transfer from early voting and then put our focus on election day and making sure we have everything together. So, here's some of the options we're considering, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive. Holding early voting at all 8 locations on the final Sunday prior to Election Day. We could consider making a secure ballot intake station available at the Supervisor of Elections office on the final Sunday prior to Election Day, where people could just come and bring their vote by mail ballot. We can also collaborating with community groups to emphasize the first Sunday of early voting as a prime opportunity for get out the vote campaigns. We have done that Sunday, the previous Sunday, not the last Sunday, as a get out to vote effort. And so if more focus was to put on that, leaving us with the opportunity to have that last Sunday to make sure that we have everything ready for Tuesday, transitioning from early voting to Election Day. And it's a lot of work that has to get done, transitioning. So those are, the things that we are considering. And I just wanted to let you all know, of course, some of my concerns. And so if you have any questions for me, that's it.
We have some questions.
Okay.
I'll start with Commissioner Cornell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great presentation. I was involved in the 2022 early voting site. It was a huge success from my perspective. 63 of 64 precincts, over 1,000 people, as many as the previous Sunday at all the sites. I know it's a lot for your staff. I hear that loud and clear. But I have to say, I'm not in this election, so I think I can speak from just, I'd have to say that I very much hope and would recommend that you take that Sunday and you have early voting, because I think it's an important Sunday in this community. I would also say that I would even be in favor of moving the very, very first Monday to start on Tuesday if you needed to limit the number of days. I think the closer to the election, the better. I know it's a huge ask. I know your staff probably doesn't want to hear this from me, but I absolutely support adding that extra day. And I know 12 other counties do it around the state, but we have the best supervisor of election in the state. I know that for a fact. So I support that day if you're able to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner, I believe that's you, Chestnut. It says Cornell on my thing under number 8, by the way.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess my only concern is equal access and the opportunity for voters to come out and vote. That's my major concern. There's rumblings in the community that it's not fair, that one side of the town gets an opportunity to vote on a Sunday where other side of the county does not. And so I just want to make sure they don't have a site to actually come and vote. And so I just want to know about the equal access and equal opportunity for our voters, because that's important to me, because I think that that's more important to say that we're not rigging our elections for certain groups of folks.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is a concern for me. I know when we did it in 2022, we just wanted to see how it would go. But given what I've learned since then, if we do it, it will have to be at all sites to give everyone an equal opportunity and equal access. I would never go back and do it just at my office.
Because that was my major concern. So,
Commissioner Wheeler.
That 2022 was not a presidential election either. And not only that, it's going to be a big ballot. There's going to be a lot of stuff on that ballot. My concern after seeing these folks in operation that I'm not sure the Get Out the Vote, that's not an event you all do. Is it the NAACP sponsor that?
I know that the NAACP sponsors the Souls to the Poll, and I just want to be clear that what we do is not for one particular group or entity. That's never something that I would want to do. If we do it, we do it for all sites.
So it would be, if you did the Sunday before, it would be your event. You would be, nobody else would be.
Yeah, it would just be.
The doors would just be open. There would be no parties, no food, no.
Well, people might do that.
Well,
organizations do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I can't stop that, but I'm just saying I would never do an event. I mean.
No, I understand.
Right.
I understand. My concern, though, is because it is such a big ballot, it's a big year, and there's a lot of controversy around this one, that, anything that we can do to alleviate stress or tension around this election is going to be important.
More days, the better.
And I don't know, could you not do Saturday since it's the last day?
We have to do that's a mandatory
Okay,
day.
so it's going to be happening anyway, so, that's... people, is there an advantage to this Sunday, guys, over the, what is it?
May I?
Yes.
So as you get closer to Election Day, more people come out. And so since this is a presidential, lots of folks miss that first weekend because it's not the election's Tuesday. And so the closer to Election Day, the more people you have. And having it around the county is a lot more work. I mean, it's a lot more work, but that's Sunday. Based on the pilot, we did. I am. I mean, it's up to Kim. I am. Yes. And if you need additional funding, I understand that because I think, again, you have, especially on 8 sites all around the county, it's going to be a big Sunday because it's a big election, like you said, nationally, statewide, and locally.
So I want to say this. I've heard you say, what you need, if it's financial or if it's people, if it's staffing. We don't have anywhere to put any more people in my office. So
we have plenty of temporary space.
I really don't.
We have a lot of space in this office where nobody comes ever, so you got lots of space here you can borrow.
So,
sorry, Michelle.
We just have to weigh everything because it's going to be. A lot of people are going to come out. It's going to be a lot, and that's great. That's what we want people to do, come out and vote. But as I mentioned, it would have to be all 8 sites or none. So,
Commissioner Prizia?
Yeah. I'm just really excited to see the data. I think it's great. I mean, what a successful pilot. I mean, it really showed that people will come out if you provide them the space. And like you said, it was only 1 site. We would probably have those numbers at every site in the county if we have it open. I think, especially given a presidential year and given your point, this is going to be a big election year and long ballots. And the more time people have to vote, the less they have to stand in line. On election day, the more time they have to kind of get there, spread out. I do hear the work, though. I know it's going to be a heavy lift if you all decide to do it. And so I'm going to say thank you in advance and pray that y'all do decide to do it because I do think, to Ken's point, it's really a big year for elections, and I think the more time we have, and I too feel like we could start the Tuesday, or if that helps, I don't know if it helps, but it's at least it's another day of break before they have to get going, and it's the Tuesday of election. Elections on Tuesday starts on a Tuesday and then it ends on a Tuesday, and at least you're not adding a day of extra work. I know it's a day backing up to elections, but and I'm like you. Tell us what you need, and I do think I know we can't give you election space that you need. I know you have certain things that have to be secured in certain places, but in terms of places to spread out or put people or bring you donuts, whatever y'all need. We're here for you.
We can't even take donations. And I know commissioners that Commissioner Wheeler has sat in a recount doing a major election, and I know what her concerns are, and they are my concerns as well. But I hear. I hear each one of you.
Looking at her face, she's trying to accommodate what we need, but she also knows what's real.
All right, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier, I wanted to also state that I served on the canvassing board the last election, and I just want to tell you, there were 2 times we were there. I think after 2:00 in the morning, and one was because there was a rain that day, and the modems wouldn't upload to come to the office, so all of the precincts had to come in that night, and we had to stay there, so we made sure we had the votes in that night. And then the other one, I just can't remember, but I remember we were staying there late trying to get those votes done and all of that. And then we had to come back in early the next morning to certify it. So it's a whole lot of work. I mean, unless you have served, you can understand the stress and the workers, and especially her staff, are exhausted because I was exhausted. So, and I wasn't doing any work, but just sitting there watching and counting and verifying the numbers. So, I mean, it is a stressful time, and making sure things is right because you have people who are there are also watching the elections and watching everything and want to verify everything that is being done and said. So that was my experience. And so I get it and I understand. But, you know, I go back to that equal access and that equal opportunity for all voters.
For all voters.
That's my concern.
All right, I actually have some questions too, or comments. First, you're changing some procedures this time, correct? You're going to print out each individual ballot,
Yes.
so there are going to be new things to distribute, new training to have to do, new things that are happening on that Monday that you don't normally do. Is that correct?
Well, we went to ballot on demand
Right,
with
right.
the presidential preference primary election
For the presidential preference primary election.
that we just had. So
That we just
started.
had, but that was very little.
Yeah,
Yeah, how
it's going
many
to be
people?
full. It's going to be the full
I
thing.
mean, did you have a full number of precincts for that?
All precincts.
All
were open.
precincts. So you did have a little bit of a warm up before
Yes.
our primary election. Okay, good.
But I think the primary is going to be the real deal.
It is going to be the real deal, and that's what I'm concerned about. Is that, you know, I don't want there to be any reason at all for somebody to come back and say that this wasn't a perfect election, and I think that's even more important than anything else. And I saw the numbers on that Sunday, but I believe that the numbers were high on that last Sunday before the election because so many churches and other organizations in the NAACP promoted the Souls to the Polls event. And if we didn't have that, then they would have possibly voted that previous Sunday, and they could have had the Souls to the Polls that day instead. You think that they wouldn't have voted? I believe that there are some people that wouldn't have voted, but I also believe there are people, because I've heard them say that they look forward to Souls to the Polls. They look forward to that. So that Souls to the Polls, I mean, is that they only look forward to it being that Sunday before the election, or do they look forward to the Souls to the Polls because that's a thing? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I'm just wondering if it's because of. I leave this up to you. I think that you are going to pick the decision that is going to protect the Alachua County voters' votes, that it's going to make sure that everything runs smoothly, and that will maximize participation in the election because you work really hard to maximize the participation in the election. So I trust you to make the right decision. That's my thought. And so I want to thank you for taking the time to share all this with us. You've heard what my fellow commissioners think, but to me, it's, you know, it's in all our interests for this to run as smoothly and as well as possible, and with as most participation as we can. And so,
as well as the general election, I'm in a limited capacity.
I understand
for that particular election. I want to just address what Commissioner Chestnut said. We no longer modem our results in anymore. So I just want to make sure that the public knows we don't do that anymore. And because we stopped doing it, we've been getting our results back pretty quickly from them driving them in. So I think Carl has something he wants to add.
Yeah, I'll add on to that just a little bit of the numbers. We were talking about a long day for Election Day. Just to put a little bit of numbers, we were there just after 5 a.m. And for the one in which we were speaking about, in the general for 22, we left just before 2 a.m. So it was a little bit of a long day. And some of the other kind of pieces of information that kind of tag on to that final Sunday is that we also transport all that equipment back for early voting that same night. And so that's one of the reasons that we can be there a little bit later on some of those days. In particular, your second day, I believe that we had a later night was the Monday where we were processing everything. So it's an early day for clerk pickup, followed by a canvassing board meeting, which goes until we count what that is.
Thank you so much for all of that. We really appreciate it. And
Thank you,
for your time.
Commissioners.
Okay. We are now like really pushed for time. We need to be wrapping up here around 4 p.m. because of the reception for the art students, and we have many items left. In addition, we have need to move up item 4 under K4. We need to move up because we have consultants here that probably already needed to leave, and we need to hear that presentation. So if you, with your indulgence, if we can move to item 4 under K, action items.
Thank you all.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Mady Bengatar with Alachua County Growth Management. Today we are requesting to advertise the Personal Wireless Services Facilities Code update. We have been discussing this for some time, and the code has not been updated in several years, maybe 20 years. So we're taking this as an opportunity to have the Commission look at our code, offer their concerns, and some of the ways that they want to consider these cell tower applications. We have with us a consultant who's been working with us, Kimley Horn, and there are 2 of them here today, Mark and Blair. So they have a presentation that they'd like to show you, to go over what we've done so far and what remains to be done for this update. So I'll turn it over to them, and they'll give their presentation.
Hello, thank you. Blair Knighting with Kimley Horn. I promise I'll be quick. I'm sure you guys are exhausted.
We got a long ways to go yet.
Yes. So real quick, so we were contracted to help y'all update your PWSF code. This is the team, and we started in January where we talked with staff between January and February, talked about the issues, any kind of recommendations that they wanted to see, and then we basically did a red line, what we call a red line of the ordinance, and some definitions. And then in March, we had some workshops. We had 2 workshops. We had one in person and one virtual. We had one person attend the in-person, and nobody attended our virtual. And now we are here to talk to y'all about the red lines, kind of just see what your thoughts are, get your input, and then the next step would be the adoption. So just kind of the project intent was really to move subjectivity from the code, incorporate nuances and changes with the industry, address landscaping and concerns, explore adding a Tier 4 option, and then provide really criteria for y'all to have substantial competent evidence to vote on these items, right? And then we kind of wanted to update some definitions and give some pictures to go along with the terms, because I think that really is helpful for some people. And now that Muni code is up to date and you can use pictures, it's really helpful for code. And so really the high level updates. We are recommending adding a Tier 4 classification. So currently you have 1, 2, and 3. 3 comes to y'all, 1 and 2 do not. And so the Tier 4 would be anything that is 200, new tower, 200 or higher feet in height. And so they would have to also have a minimum parcel size or property size. We added design criteria for the Tier 3 and Tier 4. The Tier 2 and Tier 3 and Tier 4 must also submit propagation map. They also must provide a justification report, which I'll go into in a minute. And then also we kind of just cleared up that the existing buffers on the perimeter are required to retain for life. Really just, to impact any to kind of mitigate any visual impacts that these towers have. We also added a lot of tables to the code, and just being a code geek, that kind of stuff is very helpful when you're trying to be a regulator, So those are the kind of things that people don't notice, but it's a big deal. So the Tier 4 classification, we are recommending that the parcel size be the radius of the height of the tower. So for example, if you have a 200-foot tower, the parcel size needs to be 200 feet. and the tower needs to be centered on that parcel. You can't have a 200-foot parcel and then have the tower on the east end of it. So that was one of the bigger items we added. And then we also made sure it was very clear that the application provided certain items for justification, right? So you guys have to have substantial, competent evidence to approve these. And then, so what we also did with the written justification report, before you didn't have this, so we really wanted to make sure that they have to justify how they are mitigating the visual impacts, how they're, why they have to have the height they're requesting, right? So this is really putting the burden on the applicant to prove to y'all why they need this tower and what is the reasoning behind it. And then also to show that they have that minimum parcel size. And then, there we go. Okay, so then also we really wanted to make sure that they discussed in their application the engineering pieces of it, and so they really need to justify from an engineering perspective why they can't co-locate, right? Give us some evidence why you actually need this brand new tower. And then we added some design requirements, mostly to reduce the visual impacts. And I'm not going to read all this, but essentially it's visual impacts. You know, reduce the reflectivity, have more galvanized steel because that doesn't rust as bad. So things like that. And then the next steps, I told you I'd be quick. The next steps, we would love to hear any comments y'all have on our suggested changes, and then the next step would be the adoption.
All right, do we have any questions?
Yes. And I brought some teams in case I can't handle it.
My question is really simple, and that was just that I was trying, and it could have just been me trying to compare, but I really couldn't see any difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 other than the height.
That's it. That's the only difference.
So why wouldn't everything just come under Tier 3?
I think we kind of want to just emphasize that this is a Tier 4, this is a taller, and this is a separate application. We don't have to do it that way. It's up to you. I think we just really wanted to emphasize to the applicant and to y'all when you see it that this is a Tier 4, this is a tall tower, and we need to make sure we justify why they need it. That was
the lighting requirements are different on.
There is some lighting requirements. We wanted to make sure we kept in with what to reduce the burst strikes, so it's really just only what's required by FCC. And if I might have the red line here. I think it's no blinking lights.
It says nothing that's not required by the FAA, essentially, is what you say, right?
Sorry.
Isn't your language something that says that only what's required by the FAA, I think?
Yeah, essentially that's what it says. Because we didn't want to negate what their requirements were, so we wanted to follow them. But I think the one thing was the birds are attracted to the blinking. And so we wanted to say that no blinking on that one.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Are there any other questions?
Commissioner Cornell, did you finish?
Yeah, I'm done.
Thank you for all your work and for being here. You got to see lots of fun stuff in Alachua County today.
Yes, sir.
I would move staff recommendation and authorize the request to advertise.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Wheeler?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for paying attention to sight lines. You know, that's, for me, that's pretty important, you know, and buffers and all of that. That's some of the things that we dealt with, so thank you for paying attention there.
All right, Commissioner Chestnut?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has other counties developed something similar to this in their counties?
So there are many people handle them very similar. It's usually very similar, and some actually have an actual tower committee special to this, so that they all handle it differently. This is not anything brand new out of the ordinary. That this is groundbreaking. It's just we wanted to make sure we kind of kept with the way y'all are used to seeing it, but made sure that we took out the subjectivity of it.
I got you, but I think that, you know, hearing your presentation today kind of scares me a little bit. I'll tell you why. Because of our legislature.
Okay.
They have done a lot of preemption bills, and this sounds like one that might happen. So I'm just saying that. So that's all. If they don't get their way, with local government. They go to the legislature.
Mm-hmm.
Then the legislature tells us what we can and can't do, and that pisses me off. So, but anyway, I'm just sharing. I just see that might happen here.
Yep. Sure.
Hey, Madam Chair, Chris Dawson, Principal Planner. So we already have a PWS code that's existing today. And what we're looking at is ways to kind of make it easier for y'all to make decisions on the applications to come before you. Obviously, preemption happens across the range of regulation that we do. If the legislature were to make changes in relation to this, it wouldn't be the first time that we'd tried to adopt a code and the legislature has taken it out of our hands. So I think what we're trying to do is make the best code that we can for our county that works for y'all, and not kowtow to the legislature ahead of time. So that's sort of where we are. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just saying.
Okay, I had one comment. So we approved one of these 4-level towers recently, and I did a little bit of work on looking at bird collisions with towers. Since I used to work in the utility industry, and we had a lot of comm towers on our properties, and I saw the bird collisions and I saw the issues. But I cannot remember exactly what change we made.
It was the blinking lights.
Yeah, so I know that bird attraction energy costs may be further minimized by eliminating continuously burning security lights under towers, blah, blah, blah. Then there's something about the lighting below the towers, the security lighting and things like that. Anyway, if I could just refer you to a group called Partners in Flight.
Okay.
And just, if you could just review, if I could ask this to be part of the motion, for you to just review the Partner in Flight recommendations to see if they correspond, because it seems to be the latest research that I've found on that, and just bring it back if you see that there's something substantial that needs to be changed in order to protect the bird's flight. We live in a county here that is extremely nature motivated. We have bird watchers that come from all over the world to watch birds here. So I want to make double sure that we are not just looking at the FAA requirements for bird protection, but we're looking at the best requirements that we can for bird protection. With Payne's Prairie here, and just it's a huge migratory bird destination that we are living in the middle of, and so because of that, I think it's incredibly important. So if I could just ask for that, just that one thing, just to do that one more review to make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. So
I'm good with that.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good tip.
Sorry, I'm an environmental engineer, so
No, I love that.
I like get into
I
the
am
nerdy
not.
stuff just a little bit.
Yeah.
So thank you. All right. So we do have a motion and a second with that one change. So do we have any public comment to the motion? Commissioner Chestnut, did you have something else?
No.
Okay. All right.
Oh, that's just my life.
Well, seeing no public comment, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you so much. And sorry for the long wait today. It was a very, very exciting day here in Alachua County, as most Tuesdays are. All right. We're going to go back now to item K1, which is request approval of Wild Spaces Public Places Infrastructure projects for the city of Waldo.
With staff recommendation.
Second. Okay.
I do believe that Miss Worley probably has been hanging on the Zoom to at least let you know what those projects are. I don't know if she's still there.
I'm here. I've been here. I've been hanging in for y'all.
Hi, Kim. Would you like to comment, Kim, or would you like us to move forward with staff's recommendation?
I'd like you to move forward with staff accommodations, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thanks, Kim.
All right.
No, we took a look, and I'm glad they're doing what they're doing.
Okay. Yeah, we're glad you're doing what you're doing. I echo that comment from Commissioner Perizia. Commissioner Cornell, do you have anything else?
Nope.
Other than staff's recommendation?
No, just the motion.
All right. Any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Congratulations, Kim
Hi,
and the
thank
City
you.
of Waldo.
Can't wait to see the canal get upgraded.
No, that we bring in our kayaks.
Yes, I will be the first one to paddle up to that dock.
All right, we appreciate it. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you. All right, item number 2, MOU with Santa Fe College for heavy diesel mechanic training.
Move staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for staff's recommendation.
Can I just quickly, I do want to say something on this one, because this is a really big deal, y'all.
It is.
It is. It's a really big deal, and I think it's important for the community. I mean, we just got bombarded this morning with somebody saying that we're doing nothing for economic development on the east side, and I feel like this commission actually has really worked hard to change that narrative. And it takes a while to turn a ship. It takes and especially in bureaucracy and government. But I really do applaud our staff and our partners, even across the street, for listening to us and pushing on the CRA, needing to get their projects moving. And I really think that in the next 5 years, we're going to see some major shifts in what's happening in East Gainesville and Eastern Alachua County, and I'm really excited about it. I know this is a big piece of that, so I just want to say thank you to staff for their work on it, and the community, pay attention. This is cool.
This is cool. I agree. This is cool.
Mark and Andrew will cover it in the update.
All right.
All right. We have a motion.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any public comments to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Like sign. All right. Congratulations, and I'm super excited about that next project. Item number 3 is
Move staff recommendation.
Is the option contract for St. Francis House. Let me finish getting it out. We have a motion to approve staff's recommendation and a second. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, if I could, I want to make sure for public's knowledge that the things that are being recommended here are not something that we typically would recommend. This is not a usual transaction, and I think that's important to note for the public. The key parameters of that are there's an immediate option payment of $150,000 due. There will be a second option payment of $150,000 due in 60 days if we have not yet closed, with a closing in 120. We have up to 120 days to close. 90 days to close. So that's a $300,000 total non-refundable option payments. The purchase price is Claudia, correct me, 1.9.
1.95.
1.95, and we are recommending that no appraisals be done. That is the asking price. The reason we are making those recommendations is because this is 35 units, most of them occupied. They are all HUD vouchers, and the vouchers are to the project, not the people. They are not portable, and we already have a shortage of this type of housing in the community, and we feel it's critical. We have met with the board from St. Francis House, and they have assured us that they have a plan moving forward in the future to ensure their viability. So, and as you heard today, they are willing to keep lines of communication open moving forward. And Ms. Tuck is here to answer any questions. And it's $150,000 at 90 days if we are not closed.
Okay. Commissioner Prozio.
My only question is, will we be taking over management of this, or will St. Francis House continue to manage the property?
Chair Claudia Tuck, Community Support Services. We would be looking to the Alachua County Housing Authority to partner with us on that project, as well as they're going to be working with us on the other 2 motel conversions.
Okay. I know we still have to do due diligence, but do we know what renovation costs there might be once we take the project on?
We really do not yet. We have not even been inside.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We do have the executive director on the line. If you want to hear from her, she is available. She did speak to you in public comment this morning. I
do have one question. I I was asked if we provide this funding if St. Francis House would begin to resume providing meals downtown, or is that something that they are not going to do moving forward? And that's probably a question for the director, not you, Claudia.
I would like to defer to Ms.
Yeah.
Bauer.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am. We intend to reinstate our food services, our daily meal services, as well as our housing services for unsheltered folks in our community effective next Monday.
That is very good to hear. Thank you. That helps me.
We're very
support
excited
this
about
motion.
it too, believe me.
That is excellent news. So thank you. Commissioner Wheeler.
I just want to thank Claudia and Michelle both for your daring and jumping right in here to get this done. One of the things that I was going to mention in commission comment was having a process like this that we could jump very quickly, because I think in the past, dealing with big entities like this, that we are slow. And so, having a process in place where when things like this come up, we don't have to make excuses or apologize. We are just ready to go. We're ready just to get in there with the big dogs. And
Word
so
support.
I appreciate you being willing to do that. And I don't know if we need down the road to talk about that process, but for right now, you go, girl. I think this is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
All
Chair.
right. We have a motion. This is us taking, this is us, we may be taking a risk, but this is us taking care of community.
Absolutely.
This is, we're providing these non-refundable option contract payments, whatever they are. This is money that is allowing St. Francis House to go forward and serve citizens of Alachua County and those that are at the most need. And I'm proud of us for doing this. And I'm really, I think this is one of the best things that we could do. So thank you.
And I do want to recognize they did have board members here earlier today, but were not able to stay because they all have their jobs and such to go back to. But they were here in support as well.
And I understand that, and I did hear from several of those board members in email, and I want to thank them for working with us on this as well. So this was a good thing. So we have a motion, we have a second. Is there any public comment to this motion?
If I could, this is Lori again. I just want to thank you all so much for working with us, and especially Director Tuck, who reached out to me immediately upon receiving my email. And we worked together, and she facilitated meetings so that we can keep the shelter open and keep affordable housing in our community. So thank you all very much from the bottom of my heart.
No, thank you, and we recognize what a jewel we have in Claudia Tuck. So she's actually recognized around the country for being a leader in this field, and we are very lucky to have her. So, all right. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you. And thank you. Yeah. All right. Is it possible we could get through 3 public hearings in 18 minutes? All right. Well, the first item is a public hearing to amend Chapter 22 of the Alachua County Code of Ordinances, the procurement code, which we have heard about before, I believe.
Afternoon, Chair, Board Commissioners. My name is TJ White, Procurement Manager for Alachua County. We're here today for a public meeting to adopt an ordinance to amend Chapter 22 of the Alachua County Code of Ordinances, known as the Alachua County Procurement Code. I do have a presentation available if we need it. It is attached as backup, but what I'm really asking for you guys to do is adopt the ordinance that was attached and amend the portion of Chapter 22 for the Alachua County Code of Ordinances, known as the Alachua County Procurement Code for the Small Business Enterprise Program. I'm here to answer any questions, or if you do want to continue with that presentation, I can, but it really answered the questions from the December 5th meeting and go forward. I know we're kind of moving forward and getting these done, so looking for your guidance on that.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Perzia.
Yeah, I would move staff's recommendation with one request, unless other people have questions, and that is, I was looking at, I really appreciate y'all doing this, and I appreciate you keeping the very small business, and so we can track and also just to sort of see how that's going. But one thing was insurance requirements. I noticed that in every instance we're requiring auto insurance, and I'm wondering why, if they're not planning to be driving for us, like if they're just doing computer-based work or those kinds of things. I was hoping maybe we could just say like as applicable, like we do with the other insurances.
John Carnell and the Risk Management Office take into account each consideration. They have waived auto insurance in the past for situations when it presented itself. So on an as-needed, base-by-base cases, they do evaluate what would be appropriate. From a standalone point, that would be the basis of what they've got as attached.
Because right now the insurance, it says like it says general liability obviously required, but it's $300,000 for the small guys and then $1 million for the larger. But then it says auto insurance is required, and then it has others that are like as needed. And so I would just ask that we notate that the auto insurance is as needed as well. But other than that, I move staff's recommendation with that change.
Will do. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? Is there any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Thank you all very much. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you, and I'm excited about this change to the procurement code. It's important to the county. All right, item 2, special improvement district for Terra Verde Phase 1 and Phase 2 subdivisions. Terra.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ramon Gavarrete, Public Works Director. Commissioners, today, actually, this item and the next item are the first 2 special improvement districts coming to you under a new program for new subdivisions to basically guarantee through the collection of funds on an annual basis through the tax collector bills for what I'm going to call maintenance, capital maintenance items, i.e. concrete and asphalt items mostly. It has been about 2 years since the board actually told us to do this. We took together with the board attorney's office, and we also work with looking at other counties and cities that have done this. So what you have today for this one is the establishment of special improvement district SID for Terra Verde Phase 1 and 2 subdivisions. The developer in this case, although it's 2 different plats, because both plats are very similar to each other in nature, and so instead of doing 1 SID per plat, we're combining 2 plats into 1 SID in each of these subdivisions. So the board in October 25th, 2022 was when you actually told the staff to move forward with this program. So we are asking you today in this public hearing to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners to establish the Terra Verde Phase 1 and 2 maintenance and capital improvement districts, municipal service benefit unit to provide for the provision of funding for general maintenance and capital improvements. So the resolution was actually in your packet. You can read it all if you want.
Nope,
I think Commissioner Prezia has something to say.
Yeah.
I do have a question. I guess that is I looked through it. Looks great. I see that there's been lots of changes since the original launch, and a lot less things that probably the developers want us to do versus them to do and things like that, which is fine. But my big question is, this is sort of presuming that it's money, that it's money that's the difference between being able to take care of those roads and not. And I know that it's not just money, it's also people and equipment. And while they cost money, sometimes, even just keeping us staffed up sometimes is challenging. So I'm just wanting to check in that, as we add these SIDs, as they come on board, we're prepared for the I know that it is going to be extra workload, right? Because there was a standard of service that we were providing to these roads when they were just sort of a very low county residential road, which is basically almost nothing, right? To now, where we're saying we're going to have this level of service, right?
And Madam Chair and Commissioners, that's a good question. Bottom line is that in these spreadsheets, there's actually an inflationary factor built in there. So now, did we put an inflationary factor that takes the last 2 years' inflation? No, because nobody could afford that. So we actually looked at an average. I think we went 10 years average in inflation. So it came out to be very low. It wasn't that badly. Now, most of these items, Commissioner, like when it comes to paving, for example, resurfacing, doing the pavement preservation techniques, rejuvenations, and the seals, those are contracted items. The only items that you see here is the concrete items that we could decide to do that in-house at one time. But we actually used, to come up with these values, mostly contract items, contract dollars. And the goal, just like you do with your special improvement district or special assessment districts, every year you're supposed to look at the assessments, look how much you're spending, look to see if you're actually hitting the target. If you hit the target, great. If you don't hit the target, you might need to consider doing some tweaks to the assessments. And that's done every year with your budget cycle. But we have taken a stab at this, looking at a 30-year projection, and then we brought it to present value to come up with the numbers that are included in these resolutions.
Thank you. Good question. All right. I believe we might be ready for a motion. Commissioner.
Okay, so I would move that the board approve the resolution to create a district for Terra Verde, Phase 1 and 2. Authorize the chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board?
Only one is we've been talking about this for a long, long time. You have gotten us here. I think that's great. And, we're catching up. We're catching up on our existing road infrastructure, and this will really help, not add additional burden to that process. So thank you, Ramon.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you. All right, do we have any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
And the next one is Terra Larga, Phase 1 and 2 also.
I would move and approve the resolution to create a special improvement district for Terra Larga, Phase 1 and 2. Authorize chair to sign the resolution.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion from the board? Any public comment to the motion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Like sign. All right.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ramon.
Thank you for the map, too. They're wonderful. Thank you.
All right. Now that brings us to the end of our morning meeting. This meeting will reconvene at 5:01. At 4 o'clock in the, in Grace Night, we will be having a reception with the families of the students that are recipients of awards for the our environmental art contest, so Saving Our Alachua County Art Contest. So I'm excited about that. We're going to do all that. That's on the agenda for after that, the evening. So we will be reconvening to give those awards. Then we will do our commissioner and county comment and have another public comment session then. And yeah, so.
You all have time to go to the library, books to the library. Everything's half price today. Right?
Yeah, we have like 9 minutes to do that.
No, they're open until 6.
We have a thing at 4 and a meeting at 5.
Oh, is it 4?
Yes, that's what I just said.
No, I thought you said 5.
Reception's at 4, the meeting's at 5.
Okay, but if you're not going to the reception.
Yes,
you
okay.
can
You might could go buy a book, yes. Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. We stand adjourned until 5 p.m.